Dude, I just don't understand why you harassing Christians.
I'm not harassing Christians. What I am doing is opening a platform for public discourse, and the topic is typically something related to religion. Thank
The
you, JT,
topic
for the
is
subscription.
harassing.
So you're
The
not a
topic
Christian
is
then?
I'm not a Christian, but
Okay.
like
Are you
I
Jewish?
feel sad for Christian who need to read this.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad for them too. I don't know why they believe this nonsense. Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Deconstruction Potato, for the Deconstruction Potato. I really appreciate that. Big dubs. Also, Face, I mean, welcome. Thanks for being here, but I'm going to get a Christian in the box, okay?
Yeah.
All right,
Enjoy.
cheers. I mean, I'm definitely all for having a conversation with people of the Jewish persuasion as well. But that's not the topic for tonight. I'm trying to get a guest in here. They dropped out really fast, so we'll try again with another guest. Let's see if we can get somebody. Sometimes they accidentally request up. How you doing, Kale?
Hey, how are you, mate?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad.
It's
Right,
good.
I just
Good to hear.
kind of clocked in and saw you're live here, so I thought we could have a chat, mate.
Yeah, let's have a chat. Fantastic. Are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
Yep, I'm 39 and I'm a believer. Been a believer all my whole life. Yep.
Fantastic. And are you aware that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
No, he was not.
No.
He's the son of God. He's the son of God.
Sure. What's your evidence for that?
He is the well. What's the evidence for the oxygen and air that we breathe? You can't see it, right?
I
You can't
can
see the air we
I can
breathe.
quite literally touch it. Did you know that?
You can't touch air.
Where
You can't
where
you put your hand in the
you're
air.
touching
You
it
can't touch
right. You're touching it right now. You're breathing it, and when the temperature drops below 32 degrees, you can quite literally see it.
And you know that you can also touch Jesus as well.
Sure.
You can touch
Show,
Jesus.
show me. Okay,
Jesus
tell
has
me
given
where I
us-
can touch them.
Sure, it's in your human
I
spirit.
mean, I
The
know
Lord
that
Jesus has
like
given
Christian
us-
pastors are fond of touching people, but it's usually children. I want to know how we can touch Jesus.
God has given us all a spirit.
Yeah,
not a physical.
Yeah,
not
I'm
a
sure you
physical thing
believe
that's in
that.
the body.
Yes, I know you believe that. I want to
Yeah,
know
this-
the evidence that Jesus is touchable.
You can touch them with your spirit, right? So just like
There's no such
you
thing
have
as spirits.
feelings, right? You have feelings.
Feelings are not
You
spiritual.
have feelings of like. But I'm just saying, just let me hold on just 1 second. So like, you have feelings of love, and you have feelings of hate, and you have
Yeah.
feelings of anger,
Yep.
and you have feelings of all these different feelings, right?
Sure
But you
do.
can't see those feelings. You can't touch those feelings.
Yes, you
but
can.
they are real. Those feelings are real.
Yes, they are
Love
real.
is
Do you know?
real.
Do you know how those feelings get transacted in your brain?
How?
It's transmitted via chemicals. We can actually measure those chemicals. We can actually tell if somebody is experiencing those emotions by measuring their brain waves and their chemicals in their body. And we can actually alter them by giving them the right chemicals. So some people are born
So-
with a bad chemical imbalance, and so we right that imbalance using medication. So the feelings and the emotions
I'm gonna-
and all that nonsense you're talking about, those are just chemistry.
But you can't see it. But
Yes, you
can't
can.
see it.
You can,
can't
yep.
see love.
Yes, you can.
You can't see.
Yes, I just
hate.
told you how.
You can see the actions of it.
Yes,
So here's a quick question.
you can
Here's
see
a quick
quite
question
literally
for you.
the biological workings that cause it to be. You can
So
measure it.
What year is it this? What year is it this year? What year is it? Just real quick. It's
2024.
What? Since what?
CE, Common Era.
Okay. Why isn't it the year 68,285,312?
Because
we measure the-
because
we
Julius
measure the
Caesar
time.
changed the time. Are you aware that it was the Roman emperor that changed the timeline?
No. Well, the fact is that we.
Yeah, I know you don't know it. Okay, well that's what happened.
No,
It
no,
was
no.
Julius Caesar who actually changed the timeline that created the year 0. It was slightly modified in the 1500s by Pope Gregory. So
okay,
that's
I
not a
don't
good
know- I don't
argument
know
for it's not a good argument for Jesus.
You're barely letting me argue because you cut me off all the time. But okay, so you don't. So it's the year that Julius Caesar created. Okay, cool. So when someone hits their foot on the ground or something, and they say, "Oh, Jesus Christ," or they say, "God damn it, who is Jesus Christ?"
They don't say that in
What do they say?
India.
No. But
What do you think they say in India?
And but I'm just saying in English.
Kale, you're making dog shit arguments. I need you to calm down and actually
I'm
listen to my question. What do you think they shout in India when they stub their toe?
I don't know. Probably. I actually don't know because I haven't heard it. I've only heard the English version.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. It certainly, Colby, just calm down. It certainly isn't Jesus Christ. Do you know why we shout Jesus Christ when we stub our toe in the Western world?
Because they use it as a swear word.
Because it's part of our. Because it's part of our common vernacular.
But who is Jesus Christ?
He's a liar and a fraud. That's what I just said. Jesus is a liar and a fraud. He's a guy that fulfilled exactly 0 Messianic prophecies and failed his own predictions.
So if he came back to here's a quick question. If he came back, okay, let's just say hypothetically in your situation, because you don't believe in him, that's okay. I'm not here to try to convert you. If he came back today and said, I am Jesus, and he came in flesh like a human, just like you and me, and he said, I am Jesus, I died for your sins 2,000 years ago, or approximately 2,000 years ago, okay, I died on the cross, as you've probably heard your whole life. Would you believe in him then, if you saw him?
How would I know if it's Jesus?
I'm just saying, would you believe it if he said, look, here's my hands, there's the 2 nails
Colby,
in my hands.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah.
What was it?
You said, how would you know he's Jesus?
Yeah, how would I know it's Jesus? Yep.
Because if he came back and he said in the flesh, and you could just tell, like, this guy is not normal, he is something out of this world, like he is completely different to anything I've ever seen before in my life. This is completely. Yep. This guy is different. The guy is not.
Okay,
normal.
so how do I know if it's not the devil disguised as an angel of light?
Wow, that's a good question. But just hypothetically speaking, I mean, I know you're here for an argument.
I know it's a good question. I want an answer to it. How do I know it's actually Jesus and not the devil?
I'm just saying, if he gave you a feeling that this was real and he was Jesus, and you just knew deep down in your heart that was Jesus, just like you know deep down in your heart that your mother is your mother and your father is your father.
Yeah,
you know
I know deep down in my heart that Jesus is a liar and a fraud. So what?
Well, if that's what you believe, and that's something that you don't want to ever have an open mind to possibly changing.
Why do you think I don't have an open mind?
I don't know. I don't know you.
You see how your religious viewpoint causes you to think negatively about others that you don't know?
I'm not being negative, man. I'm not.
You see how you're making assumptions about my character?
No, I'm not. I'm saying
okay.
You don't have an open heart. I didn't say you don't. I
okay.
Said you don't have
well,
an
why would you say that
mind.
if you didn't think that my mind was closed? Why would you say that?
Because everything I'm saying, you're arguing with.
Yes, I know, because I have facts and you don't.
Well, that's your facts in your mind, and I have facts in my mind.
You haven't even heard one of my facts yet. You haven't even asked me for them.
I'm just trying to answer all your arguments that you have against what I'm trying to say to you.
Sure. So I'll go all the way back to the beginning of the conversation. Are you aware that Jesus told lies?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so you're not aware. So I'll just help you out. I'll put it on the screen for you. We're going to go to Matthew 16, verse 27 through 28 first. And Jesus says to his disciples, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." And do you know what happened to all those people standing there?
That hasn't happened yet.
Do you know what happened to all these people standing there?
That verse that you're talking about right now.
Colby, I need you to tighten up. Do you know what happened to everyone that Jesus was speaking to?
What happened to them?
They all died.
Yeah.
Okay, now what does it say in verse 28? Can you read it for me?
Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Yeah, and that was a lie because they're all dead.
Well, I think what you're misunderstanding is what the Lord is talking about here in verse 28 is when he comes back as a man, and there will be you've heard of it before, Judgment Day.
Yeah.
You've heard of all that sort of stuff.
I know, we agree.
So what he's talking about right here in verse 28 hasn't happened yet.
I know, that's why he's a liar.
So no, he's saying truly. I say,
Kale, I need you to sharpen up. Kale,
hold on, mate.
Kale,
Hold on. Let me,
Kale.
let
What
me
was the deadline that Jesus gave in verse 28?
There are some standing here who will not taste death, which is you and me. We have not tasted death yet.
Yeah.
We are not dead. You and I are still alive.
Yep.
But before they see the
yes,
they have not tasted death before they see the Son.
Yes. And did that happen?
Yeah.
Okay, then
what he's saying is, he's saying to everyone that is living right now that
no, he's not.
I will come back to the earth. And
no, he's not.
Come back to the earth.
Who is he talking to? Kale, stop it. Who is he talking to?
No, man. You and me.
He's not. He's talking to his disciples. This is a conversation. There's a conversation he's having with his disciples, and he tells his disciples, "Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here." Do you know who was standing there? Were you standing there?
Yeah, I mean, I was not.
Was I standing there?
Probably not.
So he's not talking to us. He says there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But they all tasted death. Every one of the people standing there is now dead.
Well, he could also be talking hypothetically about people that are on the earth right now.
No, it's not hypothetically. He says the people standing there. The people standing there.
Yeah. So, hold on. Sorry, I'm driving. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death.
That's right.
So, I mean, so basically what he's saying is, what that verse is saying is he's talking about believers that are alive right now.
No.
Believers that were
wrong again. He said there are some currently standing here. They're not talking about anybody today. He's not talking about anybody 1,000 years from now. He's talking about people literally standing in front of him.
Okay, I've got a question. You don't.
All right, let me try this really slowly. What is the word? What is the word here? Just stop talking. What does the word here mean? Do you know what the word here means? You're muted. You can't ramble while you're muted. I need you to actually focus up and engage with the text. We're not going to pivot. Crash Out's wild. We literally just got started. He's already got diarrhea of the mouth. Corvin with the $10 super chat coming in. Corvin says the deconstruction zone is the bomb, much needed in response to the coming mega theocracy. I really appreciate that. I don't know if I am the bomb, but I'm going to be bringing as many people out of this cult as humanly possible since we've got a cult leader in the White House. Caleb, did you figure out how to work the mute button yet? Hello, Caleb. Are you still yapping, Caleb? Do you even know that you're muted? Yeah, I did mute you, Caleb, because you won't shut up. You can unmute yourself. That's the way this works. I mute you because you can't let me get a word in edgewise. And then when I stop talking, you can unmute yourself and respond to my question. So,
okay, what's your question?
In the passage, he says there are some standing here. What does the word here mean?
It means currently in front of me.
That's right.
Tomorrow, yesterday.
Yeah. Is everyone standing in front of him when he spoke dead?
Is everyone standing in front of him when he spoke what?
Are they all dead?
Yep.
Okay, then he lied because he said there are some standing here who will not taste death before he comes back.
No, because you're taking it in a literal sense. You're taking it like...
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it's whenever you don't like what it says, it's not literal. It's a metaphor. Okay, so tell me what what's the metaphor here?
Can I just ask you a quick question?
No, you can't. What's the metaphor here? We're talking about the text. I'm not going to let you pivot. We're talking about the lies in your book. So what's the metaphor here?
Do you believe in the Bible or not? Yes
Obviously not. If I believed in the Bible, I would be a deluded Christian like you. I'm asking you, what is the metaphor here? Caleb, stop. Caleb, stop talking. I am not going to let you pivot away from the text. This is a conversation about your text. So, You're saying this isn't literally true. It's a metaphor. So what's it a metaphor for? That's right, Smallzilla. In Doug we trust. Hail Doug. I did. I do got my Holy Spirit decoder ring, so I can know which words don't actually mean words, because we know that's the only trick they have, is the words don't actually mean what the words mean. Which is why I always say, without lies, Christianity dies. That's all there is to it. You can't believe in this nonsense unless you have the ability to change the meaning of all the words.
You won't believe it unless you want to believe it, right?
I don't.
If you don't want to believe it, you won't.
Kale, I don't want to have a meta commentary about what you think my personality or my brainwave is. I want to talk about what the text says. Does the text say something that's true or untrue?
That's true.
Okay, so when did Jesus come back with the power of the angels?
He's talking about us right now on the earth.
He's not. He said there are some standing here. You already said it. Now you're just lying. Don't you know that lying is against the 10 Commandments? That's one of the big 10.
You don't want to.
It's always capping for Christ in here. These Christians can't do anything but tell lies.
I'm not lying. I'm saying
you're literally lying,
and that's okay.
You said that some standing here meant the people standing there. You already said it. So we'll just start from the beginning. Verse 28. Truly I tell you, who's you in this sentence?
Everyone that are believers or people that are there. Yeah.
It's the people that are there. It says there are some standing here. There are some standing here. He's addressing the disciples, and he says there are some standing here, meaning the people literally standing there who will not taste death. Did everyone standing there taste death?
Yep.
Okay. Did he come back with the power of the angels and judge the earth?
He has not done that yet.
Then it's a lie. There we go. Easy enough.
No, it's not.
The cognitive dissonance here is so embarrassing. This is the most embarrassing thing I've seen in a long time. It says what it says, but it definitely doesn't mean what it says. What does it mean?
Yeah. Like I said, it's talking about this people on the earth right now as well.
No, it's not. Does he say anything about people in the future?
So that's the problem.
Does he say anything? Does he say, because you're lying, Kale? Show me in the text. Kale, show me in the text where it says anything about people in the future.
My name's Caleb.
I don't care what your name is. Show me in the future. Show me where it says anything about the future people.
Yep. What it's saying is, truly I say to you, so he's talking to his disciples, right?
Yep.
There are some standing here who will not taste the best before they see the Son of Man. So he's talking about them, but he's also talking about people now.
Oh, show me where. Earth, right? Which word is referring to people now?
What's the next verse? What's 29?
Which word is about the people now?
Read the full chapter.
That's the end of the chapter. It's the last word in the chapter.
What about verse 1 in what book is that in?
Chapter 17 in Book of Matthew starts the Transfiguration.
Yeah. Look, man, I'll tell you what.
So
you need the Lord.
Show me.
You need Jesus, mate. Everyone.
You need logic, common sense, and to stop lying. I asked you a very easy question. Where in here, what word in this passage says anything about future people? Oh, wait.
You muted me again.
Yep.
It doesn't.
Yeah, so I want you to actually address the question. What word in here references people of the future?
To answer your question, doesn't matter what I say, you won't believe it because you're just trying to argue with me. And I've already explained it to you. It's talking about
you didn't explain anything.
That are on the earth right now.
You're just making up lies. You're saying the text says something it doesn't say.
There'll be people on the earth right now, like you and me. Maybe we won't live to see the Son of Man. Maybe we'll die. And maybe our sons and daughters, maybe our grandparents.
Does he say that there will be people living in the future, or does he say that there are some standing here now?
It says there are some standing here now.
Yeah, and what's going to happen to the people standing there now before he comes back?
What's going to happen to what?
What's going to happen? What's the end of the timeline? How do we know when Jesus is going to make his second coming?
No one knows. That's what the Bible says.
He literally says right here, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. So he says, some of you will still be alive when I make my second coming.
Yeah. And he's talking about us right now.
He's not talking about us. He says some standing here. He doesn't say somebody in the future will die. He says there are some standing here who will not taste death, but they're all gone.
They are all gone.
Which means Jesus lied.
No, he did not.
Okay, we'll try this really slowly. All right. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not die before they see the Son of Man. Okay. Did everyone standing there die?
Yes.
Is that before he came back?
He is saying...
Is that before he came back?
He hasn't come back to the earth.
Is that before he came back? Did they die before?
They have died.
Okay, so then it is a lie. He said there are some standing here now who will still be alive when I come back. And they're not alive. They're all dead.
They are.
Which means it is a lie.
No.
Yes, that's how that works. If I said Caleb, there's somebody talking. There's 5 people in a room. Some of these people will die before you have grandchildren. Now, if it happens that none of them die and then you have grandchildren, that's a lie because none of them died. You see how timelines work?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and the timeline here for his second coming is before all of them are dead. Do you understand?
That's what he said, yep.
Yeah, I know that's what he said. He said, I will come back and I will judge the world before everybody standing here has died. And they all died and he didn't come back.
He's referring to like the world as it is before he comes back.
He's not.
There will be people.
Did he say anything about people in the future?
You know what? The Bible doesn't give you every...
Caleb, show me in the text where it says anything about future people.
No, it doesn't, but you got...
Okay, so then you're just lying. You're just making stuff up. I don't know why you feel compelled to lie.
I'm not lying. I'm saying...
You're quite literally lying right now. There's 286 people here watching you lie. I've got 227 people on YouTube watching you lie. This is being recorded for all of eternity right now. It's being recorded on 6 different social media platforms. You're going to be recorded in all of history just making up lies. Is that the way you want to be perceived when Jesus comes back, is just making up lies?
I thank the Lord that He's given me this opportunity to be able to speak to that many people at one time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, I 100% do. I've got nothing.
All right, so that's the first lie. Do you want to do another one? I got a bunch of them.
I just wanted to comment
Hey, Bert.
one thing, if that's okay.
Sure.
Hey, good to see you. Let's just seed for a moment that he was talking to us for all time, right? That means that it applies to anybody who lived from the year 0 to the year 2024. So he would then have to demonstrate that there was one single person that did not taste death between the year 0 and the year 2024.
Wait, what?
No. There'll be people. It's just like if I told you tomorrow there's going to be.
Hold on, I'm not whatting you. I'm whatting Bert. Bert, can you explain that better? Because I didn't follow you.
Sure. So his point is that this is speaking to us. In other words, that we will not taste unalivement or taste death until heaven and earth are destroyed.
Yeah, so
but that would mean, but every single person since the year 0 until now has died, and so even if he's only speaking to us as well, he's speaking to if he's speaking to every person, it's still a lie.
It's not, because some people will be alive when he comes back in the world. In the viewpoint you just laid out, some people will be alive and some people will be dead.
Oh, that like it's only for the people who happen to be alive right now. Is that his point?
That's kind of what he's saying, but I'm talking about the point you're raising. The point you're raising is that if he's talking about a future generation when he comes back, then it would still be wrong. But I don't see how you're getting there, because if he's talking about us right now, some of us will be dead and some of us will be alive when he comes back, which means it's not a lie.
I guess what I'm saying is that then that would have had to apply to every single generation prior as well, and it was a lie to them.
I don't know what you're getting at, my man. Maybe I'm too slow to grasp it, but I'm not. I don't.
I'm
I have no idea what you're getting at.
I'm saying that if it was a lie then, it's a lie now. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it couldn't be, because he's saying some of you will die. Some of you will die. He didn't say all of you. He said some of you will be dead and some of you won't be dead.
Yes, and that's the lie. Everybody died.
Right, but if he's not talking about the people standing there, if he's talking about future people, then it's not a lie, because future people are still alive.
But then they die without anything happening.
But some of them will be alive when he comes back, which is exactly what he said. In the view you're laying down, Bert, in the view you're laying down, you're quite literally saying that some people will be dead and some people will be alive, which is exactly what Jesus said. He said, some of you will not taste death, which means some will and some won't.
Which he's talking about right now.
He's not. Caleb, no one asked you. Stay muted. Bert, do you see the problem with this interpretation?
I think so.
Because Jesus said, some of you will not taste death, which implies that some will and some won't. That's the case. Anytime if we're saying this is for any time in the future, then at any time in the future, some people will be dead and some people will still be alive when he comes back, which means it wouldn't be a lie.
I see what you're saying. And like, you wouldn't know until he came, but he's not coming, so it doesn't matter, I guess.
Well, yeah, he never will come. That's never happening. We all know that.
Okay, I got it. Great, I got it. To me, it reminds me of like everybody stepping up at the baggage claim carousel, believing that their bag is coming out first. Like they believe that in each and every one of their generations that they're going to be the ones to not taste death.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, great, perfect, great. Thank you. Appreciate
Bert,
it.
I love you, man. Sorry we didn't see eye to eye on that one.
No, it's okay. I guess I was misunderstood. It's hard. I'm not a Christian, so I'm not.
No,
it's exactly.
It's okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. Also, Mellow Matt, thank you for the $5 super chat. Mellow Matt says he's saying Jesus lied to the previous generation, 1600, 1700, etc., who followed the Bible. But I know that's what he's implying, but that can't be true. It can't be true, because he's literally said that some people will die and some people will not die, which implies that it's not a lie if some people die, right?
So you're saying there's a chance. All right, goodbye. Thank you.
All right, good to hear from you, Bert.
Yeah.
Guys, make sure you're following Bert, by the way. Bert's actually a friend of mine, and he is a Jewish rabbi, and he's actually trained and educated. The guy knows his book. Caleb, do you want to go to the next slide since you're cooked on this one, or no?
Let's go.
All right, cool. This is John 3:13. Jesus says, no one has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. So yep. Jesus is saying that he's the only one that's ever ascended into heaven.
That's right. Yep.
Right. Is that true?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay.
The reason it is everyone now that has died, they are not. There's no one in heaven right now. Because how do you get to heaven? You get to heaven after Judgment Day. There's going to be a Judgment Day, the great throne of Christ.
That's not what it says. So what we have in 2 Kings, chapter 2, verse 11, there's the story of Elijah and Elisha being parted.
Yep.
You got to take care of your baby. We can't have babies on the live. It'll get banned. According to the text in 2 Kings, it says, as they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. So, according to the text, Elijah went into heaven, which means Jesus was wrong again. Skits, good to see you, buddy. Big W, Skits. Good to see you, man. Guys, we gotta share this live out and get the algorithm back on. Get me on the good side of the algorithm again, man. After getting my account banned this last time, it really did a number on my situation. I can't get opposition. I got nobody in the guest box. The guest just dropped out. He must have had to take care of his child apparently. So now we got nobody in the guest box. It's been a real been a real problem ever since I got my account back. Hopefully I don't have to like switch over and do a bunch of restarts. It's a bunch of nonsense. I've seen a few times where like Dean or Parker will do like 5 different restarts before they actually get pushed into the algorithm, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, you're right. Ian, for those who don't know, I did confirm it from the horse's mouth this week. Ian's no longer going to be streaming on TikTok Live except for on Sundays. Ian and Dr. Blitz and myself are going to be doing a 3-way stream on Sunday mornings starting here shortly. It should be a lot of fun. It's going to be a call-in show. It should be pretty awesome. But yeah, he's not going to be doing the streams like he has been. So welcome in, John.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I just want to expose my bias right away that I'm not a believer. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in God. Don't believe in Jesus. But I do find it super interesting. And I did want to challenge you a little bit, and I don't know your whole story, about that last one you brought up about Jesus saying he's the only one that's been to heaven and no one's been to heaven but him.
Yep.
Are you calling that a lie because heaven's not true, which you and I both agree with? Or are you calling it a lie because at some other point in the Bible, he says that other people have been to heaven? Or the magical third thing, is it because people today interpret the Bible and say, oh, I'm going to die, I'm going to go straight to heaven. People die, they go straight to heaven kind of thing.
Number 2, I already put it on the screen. As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them. And Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. Also remember that Enoch was taken up by God as well.
So my impression was that Jewish people don't believe in a heaven, and that is maybe like the word shul, and maybe that's just death or something, not really a heaven like we would think about it today.
It's more nuanced than that, because in the Old Testament time period, you've got a various array of different beliefs. In the early days, they just believed in Sheol, that everybody would end up in Sheol. It's kind of like this mundane existence. It wasn't good. It wasn't bad. You weren't getting punished or anything. It's just where all the departed souls go. And you can find that pretty well throughout the Bible. Later on, they kind of developed this idea that there would be a resurrection for those that were righteous from Sheol. And then when you get really late in the Old Testament, like when you get to the book of Daniel, you get this idea that people will actually be like resurrected into like this renewed heaven and renewed earth, and that some people are going to be punished and some people are going to be rewarded. In fact, I'll just bring it up. It's in Daniel chapter 12. Also, Snowboard Utah, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W Snowboard. He says, will you be on future episodes on the line? I don't know when I'll be able to get back on the line, but I plan to be on the line more. I've also got an upcoming appointment on Sunday the 8th. I'll be on the Atheist Experience on their main show with Secular Rarity. So Secular Rarity and I will be hosting together on the 8th. But so that's happening. Now, in Daniel 12, it says, at that time, Michael, the great prince, the protector of your people, shall arise, and there shall be a time of anguish such as never occurred since the nations first came into existence. But at that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And this fits pretty well with what we believe, what the Jewish people believed after the Persian period. When they came into contact with the Greeks and the Persians, they adopted a much larger view of the afterlife. They kind of abandoned this idea of Sheol, and they merged it with like the Hellenistic viewpoint and with the Persian viewpoint, and they even adapted the character of Satan to be much more like the demonic or the evil entity that we find in Zoroastrianism.
Well, that's smart, because heaven sounds a lot cooler than the grave. Hey, but I'm going to check out. The last thing I want to say is Jesus has a sweet, sweet dress on. I appreciate a Christian cross-dresser. And I'll talk to you later.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from John. Also remember, guys, that according to the Bible, the Trinity is it's a trans union. The Holy Spirit is female, Jesus is male, and God has no identity whatsoever because he is an immaterial spirit. So the God that you worship is not a he. We shouldn't even be calling God a he, because according to Christian doctrine, it's a 3 in 1, and the 3 different entities have different genders. So that's that's a little bit wild. Anyways, so yeah, the Holy Spirit is female, Willie. So ruach in Hebrew is a feminine noun. And so it gets personified as a female in Jewish and biblical texts. So, yeah, the Holy Spirit is a feminine form, just like we have in the Proverbs and elsewhere. We've got the personification of wisdom as a female, right? Yeah, that's right, Dr. Joe. Ruach just means a breath or wind. It can actually go either way. They were roughly synonymous. There was like the wind, and then there was the wind of God. Kindly K, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Kindly K says, "Love you, Justin. God is a woman." I agree. If God exists, God's probably going to be a woman, unless that God is the accounting for how evil the world is. Then I don't think a woman would have done that. Stockland Trades, thank you for the $5 super chat. Stockland says, 2 Kings 2:11, Elijah taken to heaven. The Hebrew word is shemayim, which can mean sky, space, or God's throne room. Not a good reference for a lie. It actually is, yeah, because everyone believed that the gods lived in the skies, both in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Every single testament, every single reference we have to Christianity and Judaism references God living in the actual sky. There's no heaven in a far-off land that you can't see, taste, or touch. Heaven was a real place at the very top of the firmament. It was quite widely discussed in the Jewish Talmud, in the Enochic tradition, and all of the other supposed, wisdom traditions of the Jewish people. When they referred to heaven, they meant the skies, literally. It just happened to be that's where they thought God was. So heaven became known as, the place of God. And it wasn't until later that human beings, when we discovered what was actually in the skies, that we said, well, obviously heaven must mean something different. It can't mean the sky because we've explored the skies and there's no God up here. But it's also nonsense to think that the Old Testament heaven, Hashemayim, referring to the heavens, is different than the one in the New Testament, because then you have to account for what the hell Elijah was doing up there in the clouds. Did God take Elijah just to chill out in the clouds? Is he chilling out there right now? What happened to him? Where is he? Why can't we see him? Is he a satellite orbiting the earth? No, if you believe that heaven was a distant place, and we believe that Elijah ascended into heaven, obviously he must have ascended into the heavenly heavens where God is. He's not just chilling out in the sky somewhere, or else he would have been already hit by a satellite by now. But to be fair, that's the same place that Jesus, the dead sky carcass, is hanging out. So there's a lot of room up there in the clouds for sky carcasses and fiery chariots to hang out. But you'd think you'd see the fiery chariot from Earth. What altitude do you think the fiery chariot is orbiting the Earth at? Oh, well, Judas, thank you for the $10 super chat. Judas says, thanks for discussing Maccabees the other day. I took my gaming name from there. Yeah, Judas, that's a great name, by the way. Yeah, the Book of the Maccabees is awesome. Some of the best names are in that book, actually. Silver, you're saying that the fiery chariot is orbiting at 60,000 feet? I'd buy that, yeah. All right, listen, guys, we got to tap, like, and share. We got no opposition in the guest box. We're still under this bullshit shadow band. I emailed an agent hoping we can get some resolution from an agent, and the agent says that my account is currently locked and that it's quote-unquote being managed by TikTok, whatever that means. So I don't know what's happening with my account, but after that last ban, we're have a little bit of a shit show trying to get back on track. Welcome in, Louise.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. I'm okay. I have a question. I always wanted to know, why is God called the Father then, if He has no shape, no body shape or whatever?
Because the people that wrote the Bible couldn't conceive of like the highest entity, the highest being, as being a woman. So they just made him a man, which is true for a lot of the ancient deities. The high deity is always a man, right? Just like they have in society. And that's basically it. Now, I got to remember in the ancient times, like the men, like the deities did actually have human-like attributes. There's a really good book called When Gods Were Men. Have you seen that one?
No, I never heard of it.
I think it's by Esther Hamori. Let me grab it.
And how did Yahweh and Elo, whatever his name, Elo, the Most High, they became one? I never understood that. Like Yahweh and El.
Yeah, the Trinity is nonsense.
Yeah.
This is the book. I would recommend this one. It's by Esther Hamori, When Gods Were Men, and it discusses how in the ancient times most deities were perceived as being human-like. They had feet, they had noses. Also, Kindle K, thank you, Kindly K, sorry. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Kindly K says 666 feet for sure. That's exactly right. Elijah is orbiting at 66,666 feet. So we see this as well in the Old Testament, right? So in the early parts of the Old Testament, what does God do? He smells the pleasing aroma. In the book of Exodus, when they see God on the mountain, Exodus 24, the 70 elders of Israel, Nadab, Abihu, and Moses and Aaron, they go up on the mountain. What do they see? They see the feet of God, right? And what does God use to rescue his people from captivity? He rescues them with the arm, the mighty arm of God, the mighty hand of God. Now, some people will say, well, this is just anthropomorphic language, but that's just nonsense. That's coping. There's a reason why ancient people described their deities as having human-like features, because they believed that we looked like them. That's why the Bible says that man was created in God's image. We literally look like God. They believed that the gods looked like us. They were just like, I don't know, a better version of us that had like better, like greater superpowers, you know?
Right. So, going back to the story, the Yahweh and Elyon, whatever his name,
Elyon?
they became one. What is that? What is that about? I never understood that.
Yeah, because originally the Judeans in the south and the Israelites in the north weren't one people group. They became a people group out of necessity because they were being attacked by foes. And their texts record that. It seems that Yahweh was a southern deity, probably from the land of Seir or Edom. And then he became affiliated with the Judeans. And then later, when Israel and Judah merged, they had to have some sort of religious accounting for the fact that they had different deities. And so we find like a really interesting passage in Exodus chapter 6, where it seems to conflate the two deities and attempts to explain why the deity is one deity but has a different name. So, for example, says, then the Lord said to Moses, now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. Indeed, a mighty hand, again with the hand, right? He will let them go. By a mighty hand, he will drive them out of his land. God also spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahweh. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them. So this is an explanation for why is it that in ancient times these patriarchs knew me as El or El Shaddai or many different forms of El or Elohim, but now we need to call this thing Yahweh. And this is the explanation for that. Well, they knew me back then as El Shaddai, but my real name is actually Yahweh. But we actually have archaeological and material evidence from the time period of the patriarchs. And the people in the land of Canaan in the north worshipped a god named El and his 70 sons, the Elohim. That's just what we know. The people who wrote the Bible, I don't think they had a lot of this information. You know, they came 1,500 years after.
That's insane. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, but that's the way things work. I mean, they didn't really have archaeology the way that we have archaeology, but like, think about what do you know? What do you actually know from 1,500 years ago? So around the year 500, how much information do you actually know?
Not a lot, I guess. No.
Right, and they didn't either. They didn't know much about what happened 1,500 years prior to them either. And we have much better tools of investigation in history than they had. So, they were making things up as they went.
And when did it become like the Trinity, like the Father, Son, and
Yeah, well, that was an invention of the early church because they had to explain how Jesus could somehow be God while God was also not Jesus. So they said, well, we'll make Jesus a member of the Godhead. It's a 3-in-1. It's like a Head and Shoulders shampoo 3-in-1, which is complete nonsense.
I got that. That was a good analogy. Right?
Yeah.
And does Jesus still have his same body now, or is it spiritual?
Well, depends on what you read. Like, according to the book of Acts, he ascended bodily into heaven. The same body that had the holes in the hand, the same body that had the spear in the side that Thomas touched, that same body resurrected into heaven. It doesn't say he got a different body. Now, Paul has a different opinion. In 1 Corinthians chapter 15, Paul says that he was given a glorified body, which is different than the earthly body, and that everybody who resurrects will have the same occurrence. Will all receive some sort of spiritual glorified body.
Yeah, but since, like you just mentioned, I was listening. Heaven is just I don't know, outer space, or it's floating in space, something like that.
Yeah, it's just
like,
a sky.
Right, like,
Yeah. And Paul believed that. Most people in Paul's time, and Paul himself, believed that the heavenly bodies that we see, those stars and other things, orbiting way out in space, they believed that those were in the firmament, and that the sky was not that far away, and that these heavenly bodies were in fact some sort of spiritual manifestation. That's why it says that the stars will fall from the heavens to the earth, because they had no idea what these things were.
Oh, got it. Oh,
right? Stars can't fall out of the sky to the earth. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I know.
We'd be destroyed.
And like, do we still know much about the universe? How it's infinite, right? I mean, there's no explaining, right? Like, we can only know so little, right? The universe. I mean, like.
Yeah, we're still learning. Also, guys, listen, we've got a huge problem. We now have more people on the YouTube live stream than we do on the TikTok live stream. TikTok has shadow banned me since my last suspension. We have got to share this thing to Christians because TikTok is not sharing this to Christians right now. We have nobody to debate. Or we just beat all of them. Maybe we beat all the Christians. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Can you elaborate more about what's going on with TikTok? I mean, I know January 19 is supposed to be like the big decision.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So now that everyone's here, make sure you're following me on YouTube. In January, on the 19th, that's the last day that TikTok is officially allowed to legally operate. On January 20th, they could very well be shut down. So we don't know what's going to happen to TikTok in January. In another 2 months, TikTok could be literally be gone. And in fact, exactly 2 months from now, TikTok might not exist. So make sure you're in everybody's link tree. Make sure you're following their YouTube. Make sure you're following their Facebook if it's there. Make sure you're following people on Clapper and everything else, right? Make sure you're following people. Because if TikTok goes away, then I'm going to have to live stream on another platform. I'll probably live stream on YouTube. I'll probably do one of those goofy call-in numbers where you have to call in using your phone or your computer and do it like the Atheist Experience or The Line does it. But I much prefer taking guests from TikTok and having them here on the panel to talk to. It just happens to be that TikTok is been kind of a shit show lately. We haven't been able to get guests. The algorithm got changed, and now basically only my followers are seeing my live stream. And if it's just being pushed out to your followers and not anybody new, then you never get opposition.
It'll be great if Elon Musk buys it, right? I mean, he has enough money.
Yeah, I don't know if he will, but that does sound like something he would do. Like, he's the type of guy that would buy TikTok and just like wipe out, try to gut it from the inside out and then find a way to ruin it somehow. Yeah. Because he's never
So,
really
right
done
up-
much like brand new. Like the only thing he's ever done from the ground up was when he founded PayPal with his business partner.
So right up now, who owns TikTok? Is it like a Korean company, or I don't know.
ByteDance owns it. It's a Chinese
What's it
company. ByteDance.
Oh, Chinese.
Yeah.
ByteDance.
Yep. And they've got until January 20th to sell off. But I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. In fact, they've been stating the whole time that they're absolutely not going to be doing it. So anyways, it is what it is. But anyways, welcome in, Gemini.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I wanted to see if you need me to volunteer as tribute to be ops, because I can probably gin something up.
I know. I was like, I don't think Gemini is actually a true op.
I've been in VOR's lives, and I've been called a fence sitter over there. I've been called a lot of things over there. It's not pretty, but
you got to remember, Jesus wants you to be all in or all out. If you're lukewarm, then he's going to spit you out of his mouth. You're not allowed to practice critical thinking.
no. Why would you want to do that?
Definitely not.
Yeah, but I don't know. You and I have spoken before, and I know we've talked kind of about different things, but obviously I'm not a literalist in my interpretation of the Bible, and yet I think there is validity, truth, beauty to be found therein, especially in the teachings of Jesus as they are ascribed to him.
Right.
And, one thing that I always think is interesting is when you take people to task about the prophecies and you say that, and I believe that it was a big part of your deconstruction was, oh, he didn't fulfill these prophecies clearly, right. And yet, and you'll have a lot of people, right, you'd call it coping, saying, oh, well, those words don't literally mean what they mean, right?
Right,
words,
yeah. As long as the words don't have meanings, it's fine.
And yet I can't escape, that a lot of times when you're reading the prophecies, I'm like, well, I do kind of see how the interpretation could be, that they were fulfilled in a metaphorical or metaphysical way, where we have this figure who's coming and saying, actually, but for instance, my kingdom is not of this world. And it's interesting that you're talking about the heavens and the firmament and all of that. But then you actually have someone who's kind of saying, maybe it's not as materialistic as we have understood it to be.
Well,
I don't have a problem doing that.
Yeah.
Mental gymnastic,
Well, let me go to a passage, and you've probably seen me bring it up before, but we'll do it again. This is Ezekiel 37, and Jeremiah 33 is another good case study as well. There's a promise for the Messiah to me that cannot be taken spiritually. And this is what's supposed to happen when the Messiah comes and restores them. It says, my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. That's fine. You can take that to mean a couple different things. But then he says, they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. Well, we know what that is. The land that was given to the ancestors of Jacob is the promised land. It's Israel, right?
mm-hmm.
Right.
Has come to pass,
right,
to some extent.
Well, yeah, but not when Jesus was here. He doesn't account for any of this, right? So it says they're going to live in the land that was promised to them, and they're going to do it forever, right? And then it says that my servant David will be their prince forever. So meaning there's going to be a king over the people living in the promised land. And then it says that they're going to be living in peace, right?
And you don't think there's any room there? I mean, I don't reject at all that is intended to be interpreted literally by the authors. And, that's the reason that, Jesus was not accepted as Messiah, by the Jewish people. It was basically like kind of a Messianic cult that took off and became something totally separate. But, again, I can understand that spiritually to mean that you can live in peace despite the fact that war may be raging around you. There's a liberation from suffering. It just wasn't as materialistic as a lot of these concepts were understood to be. Like you're even talking about the idea of God, truly possessing, a human body, and us being created in his image in a very literal sense. But I think that there's a lot of reckoning around a lot of this that has been done. And like you said, we understand heaven to be this maybe metaphysical place even outside of space and time. So,
thank you for the cranes, Neko. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we've got this very clear prophecy about the Messiah that says that, when he comes, he's going to restore the people to the promised land, the thing that he's been promising them for the last 500 years, and it just never seemed to take place. And then he says, my dwelling place shall be over them, and I will be their God, and they will be my people, and the nations shall know that I, the Lord, sanctify Israel, and my sanctuary is among them forevermore. So there's this idea that the people are going to recognize Yahweh as the one true God when he restores Israel, not because of the Messiah. The Messiah is just there to rule and reign over the people. There's no mention of a Messiah coming, dying, and then coming back thousands of years later.
Mm-hmm. And in the sense, and you would know better from your biblical scholarship, there's no sense of Israel as a people and not the land of Israel that could be interpreted here?
Well, there is both. And so, for example, the whole 37th chapter of the book of Ezekiel deals with the restoration of Israel. Because remember, prior in the chapter is the Valley of the Dry Bones, when God gives them the dry bone metaphor. But listen to what he says about the restoration. It says, thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations among which they have gone, and gather them from every quarter and bring them into their own land. So this is a physical gathering of the people back into the land. And it says, I will make them one nation in the land and on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them, and never again shall they be two nations. Never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. This is like a very real piece of history where the nation of Israel was split into two kingdoms. And God promises in Jeremiah, he promises in Ezekiel, he promises in Isaiah and elsewhere that the two kingdoms will be reunited into one kingdom again, which is, how is that a spiritual reference to anything that's clearly referring to the two different kingdoms?
Yeah, no, I think I think that it was intended to be taken literally, and I think that that's why, again, I would never argue that, the Jewish people should accept Jesus as their Messiah, because clearly that was the understanding and the belief. The question, I guess, for Christians is, do they see fulfillment in that, from a spiritual sense of Jesus coming and saying, well, my kingdom isn't of this earth. I come from as this, higher authority that unites these people, not necessarily in a physical kingdom. And
yeah. Well, that's the thing. So if Jesus came and say he taught the things that he taught, say he was a Jewish rabbi, he came and he taught to love your enemies. He came to do all these things. If that was the case, I would have no problem with Jesus. The problem I have with Jesus is that he's purporting to be the Messiah. He's purporting to be God. He's purporting to come back and judge humanity within one generation. And just none of it seems to be true, right? So if he didn't make all these outrageous claims, then I'd be like, oh yeah, he's like Buddha. I like that guy. He's a pretty cool dude.
When was that post-resurrection that he said he would return?
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause, you know what, honestly, and this is where this is the question of, would the Christians even claim me if I even call myself a Christian?
They wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't.
They
turn
turn on their own very fast. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, not at all. No, very fast. But honestly, there's almost like a tone shift of what's attributed after this alleged physical resurrection, where I'm like, did he say that though? Of just zombie Jesus doesn't totally, to me, doesn't comport with my understanding of,
Right.
what he preached in his lifetime. I'm like, well, why didn't he say that before? So,
right. And we've got really outrageous claims too. Like speaking of zombie Jesus, in the book of Matthew, I think chapter 27, it says that he appeared in town in Jerusalem to many people. And then people literally came out of their graves. Like a bunch of people in Jerusalem came out of their graves. They were walking around. Their family members saw them. But like, if 100 people came out of their graves in the middle of the first century in Jerusalem or any other major city, we would have
contemporaneous. Yeah.
Right. It's such a crazy claim that like people, a whole slew of people rose from the dead, but nobody wrote about it.
Right. And so that, and again, you can, people can say this is a cope, whatever, but there's just a part of me that approaches all of that with some skepticism. And also it's like very apparent when the authors of the Gospels or New Testament authors shoehorned in things to make really like obscure prophecies. The thing about riding two donkeys at once, right? Isn't that
Matthew? Yes. Chapter 21, he rides two donkeys. I don't know if people know this, by the way. Can we read it for the audience? Because it's such a good passage, Matthew 21. Listen to what Matthew 21 says. And I'm curious if the NRSV tries to smooth it out or not. So let's grab it. It came near to Jerusalem and had reached Bethpage at the Mount of Olives. And Jesus sent 2 disciples, saying to them, "Go into the village ahead of you, and immediately you will find a donkey tied and a colt with her. Untie them and bring them to me. If anyone says anything to you, just say this: the Lord needs them, and he will send them immediately." So there's 2 donkeys here. It says this took place to fulfill what had been spoken spoken through the prophet. Then he quotes Zechariah 9:9 incorrectly. And then it says the disciples went and did as Jesus directed them, and they brought the donkey and the colt and put their cloaks on them, and he sat on them. So he's riding a donkey and a colt at the same time. And I don't know if he's planking like over top of them. I don't know what's happening.
Or it's like a trick riding, like standing on one and the other, like kind of rodeo style.
Yeah, doing like the Jean-Claude Van Damme splits, riding the donkeys in, doing the karate split. Yeah.
Dolly Parton Stampede style or whatever. But see, again, to me, it's so blatantly obvious that was like shoehorned in there and let's tick this other box. And I'm kind of like, you didn't need to do all that. You still don't need to do all that, like, in order to convince me that this is a person who is divinely inspired at the very least, Son of God. Because honestly, I would expect that a figure coming down, if you're going to accept at all that there's some benevolent, greater, higher consciousness God, and made manifest on earth, they would expect them to come in with this otherworldly wisdom and be like, no, actually, I'm not here to really settle disputes among these nations, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that I'm all on board with. But so I guess the question is,
sorry.
Go ahead, Louise.
Walking on water would be much harder, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to put that in. Walking on water would be much harder, I would say.
But remember, David Blaine did that.
That's true, and it's funny. I was listening to Jordan Peterson today.
Oh, don't do that.
Don't do that. You know what? Like every now and again, I'm like, but he does have some interesting discussions and guests about some of this theological stuff, and he was talking specifically about the multiplying of the loaves and fishes, and how he's just kind of an inquisitive, skeptical person by nature. He doesn't know how literally to take that, and like what would it have looked like had you been there. And yet, there's a part of me that does wonder about almost sleight of hand, or just was it just potluck style, and he brought people together and it was remarkable, so I don't know, but I am inclined to think, I like to think that something like the Sermon on the Mount occurred. And I think
did he know how much amount of bread and fish that he would need? Like, all right, like, okay, I think
for 5,000,
I would need about 5. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did he know? Like, did he did like a super fast count? Like, I guess he's divine. I don't know.
He's like, all right, quick show of hands here. Yeah.
Did he call the Holy Spirit for this? Spirit, I need your help. Can you count how many people are here? Like,
by the way, she's like, I'm on it. No, I'm kidding. You didn't say. You didn't misjudge. You're fine.
And they're gonna have enough to take home too. So don't worry.
Doggy
Yeah.
bags.
Give them a doggy
But
bag. I got the doggy bags too here if you need it.
Miracle.
the doggy bag.
leftovers are a miracle. Like if you're hungover the next day, it's like, oh, praise Jesus, you find that, cold pizza in your fridge.
That's right.
Sounds like Thanksgiving to me. I think it's got enough to bring home.
Well, listen, guys, if there's a Christian in the live, put a 1 in the chat for me. I don't think we have any opposition here. Actually, if you're a Christian and you're watching this live and you're not following me, can you put a 1 in the chat? I want to see if there's anybody here who's not following me. Because I don't think TikTok pushed me out into the algorithm at all. I think it's literally just 300 of my own followers watching me right now. And we got to get some fresh meat in here. I might have to do a restart and see if that helps. Catholics is one.
Lamb.
I know, right? You did great though, Gemini.
Well, listen, anytime, and I'm always happy to be, that in between too, because as I said, I enjoy challenging the Christians among us who are, from my view, the ones that are destructive, and have the beliefs that are
Right.
honestly anathema, frankly, contrary to the teachings of Christ. And I won't get political, only to say that I was, again, I think it was in VOR's live, I was just stunned that they thought that I was baiting by implying that certain prominent political figures are not representative of Jesus's teachings. And
Right.
that just stuns me. And I think that that's incredibly damaging. And I'm always happy to be here to, say, look, I am a believer, whether you'll have me or not. And also what you're spewing is just so on its face, blatantly wrong.
Also, remember that Vor literally used to be and probably still is a truther. He literally believes that 9/11 is an inside job and that jet fuel can't melt steel beams. So that's the level of discourse you're going to get in that particular space.
I've always defended him as thinking that he's at least sincere, that it's not rage bait, it's not gotcha necessarily. He may have backed off on some of that rhetoric. He does believe the earth is round, so W for that, I guess.
Right.
But,
listen,
just an interesting figure, right? These people he has said as much that he has to believe that what transpired in the Bible literally occurred, that it's all historical, it's all scientific, or it all crumbles for him. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's just such a tenuous place to be. I agree. And that's where I've kind of taken him. Yeah, and so whatever, they can call me watered down or whatever, but
no,
listen.
I just can't believe the talking snake. I can't get over that one.
Or God bless them, that the flood, it was global. It happened the way that it happened. And I'm just that's just so cute to me that they think all the little animals were marched onto. And I'm we could replicate if there actually are ways that it could be testable, just try to build the ark that could accommodate all the living creatures of the world.
I agree. Your take on the Garden of Eden?
Well, listen, guys, I'm going to do a restart here.
Okay.
If we don't get any opposition after the restart, I guess actually, we might have somebody in the box. Let me see. Mm-hmm. Either that or it's a troll. We'll bring them on up.
All right. Can I chat on a box? Comment on a box. What's her name? Jenny.
Hello. How's Jesus is a liar? Go ahead.
Fantastic. I will start easy. We can start in Matthew 16, and then we'll move on from there. Have you read the book of Matthew?
Yeah, some of it. Do I need to get my other phone for this?
Nah, I'll put it on the screen.
Okay.
All right, so this is Jesus talking to some of his disciples. He says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Now, the question I have is, how many of those people tasted death?
I don't know.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah. Did he come back with all the angels and judge everybody?
He hasn't came back yet, though.
Right. That makes it a lie, yeah, because he says that he's going to do it before all of the people standing there have passed away.
What can you tell me about the 70 AD
Okay,
theory?
but
Hold on, Luis.
What about the descendants? What about the descendants of these people?
What about him?
Okay, the descendants still exist. The whole entire bloodlines couldn't possibly got wiped out.
He didn't say your descendants will be alive. He says there are some literally standing here who will not taste death. Right.
That doesn't prove that he's a liar, though.
It is. Did he say these words?
Standing there means sorry. I just wanted to help you. Sorry.
Okay. So, what is the context of this verse exactly?
The context is he's talking about his second coming.
Okay. You go to the next.
He was talking about right there, right
item.
then. Standing there right now wouldn't taste death.
All right, go to the next item then, because I don't believe this to be true.
Okay, well, then interpret the passage. What's it mean if it doesn't mean what it says?
For the Son of the Man is to come with his angels and the glory of his Father, then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Should I tell you, there is nothing standing here who will not taste death before the sea. Okay, it doesn't change nothing. Like, he's still coming back.
Is it true, though? Is this passage true?
28.
Yes, it's true.
Okay, so then tell me, when did he come back and judge mankind?
He hasn't came back yet.
Okay, then it's a lie, because he says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death, but they all tasted death.
Well, you're just pulling things out of your, like...
I'm just reading the book. The book says there are some standing here who will not taste death before he comes back again, and then they all tasted death and he didn't come back. So it's a lie.
They're still alive? It's over 2,000 or whatever years ago. I mean, come on.
Okay. Is that like
alive?
only like sort? Who they said it's for me to cope in a chat.
Yes, this is called coping. Yep.
I'm not coping.
Yeah,
what?
You're saying the words don't mean what the words mean. That's coping.
No, it's not. You're just twisting them to make it up.
Okay, then what do they mean? If they don't mean what I told you, then what do they mean?
Like these people. Who are these people that he's referencing to?
His disciples. Do you want to read? You want to read further back in the chapter?
Yeah.
He's talking to his disciples. Jesus foretells his death and resurrection, which isn't actually in the text. That's just a heading. Says, from that time on, Jesus began to show his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and undergo great suffering at the hands of the elders and the chief priests and scribes, and be unalived on the third day and be raised. And Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him, saying, God forbid, Lord, this must never happen to you. But he turned and said to Peter, get behind me, Satan. You are a hindrance to me, for you are setting your mind on divine things, not on divine things, but on human things. And then in 24, it gets even deeper. It says, Jesus told his disciples, he's still talking to his main disciples, if any wish to come after me, and let him deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who want to lose their lives, those who lose their life for my sake will find it. For what will it profit them if they gain the whole world but forfeit their life? Or what will they give in return for their life? And then he says to his disciples, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. So it directly follows. He says, if you seek to maintain your life, you will lose it. He's saying this is the behavior I need you to do. I need your behavior to be on the heavenly things. And then he says he's going to come back, and he's going to do what? He's going to judge everybody. That's Matthew chapter 25 and 26. And this is going to happen before some of them standing there taste death.
Okay, go to the next verse after this. Go to the
That's
verse.
it. That's the last word of the chapter is Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
This is what you call bullshit that you're pushing.
I'm not pushing anything. I just read the text, and you don't like what the text says.
What version are you reading?
I'm reading the NRSV, but it says the same in every version.
NRSV?
Yep.
Okay. Then how about you go to the KJV or the NIV then?
Well, the NIV is trash, and so is the KJV. But just for you, I'll pull it up anyways.
Okay, new KJV then.
Actually, the new KJV is okay. I like the new KJV.
Go to that one then. Because like you're just twisting up things.
I didn't twist anything. I just read you. I just read you the passage in the New King James Version. It says, "The Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he will reward each according to his works. Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So it's still a lie.
Yeah, you're just full of bullshit.
Okay, then tell me what word here doesn't mean what it says.
I'll be burning in hell.
This is all they got. I read the book to them, and they get so up in their fifis that they want to start cursing me. Isn't it wild that reading the Bible gets you so upset? Why does reading the Bible upset you? Why do you hate God's word?
I don't. What are you talking about? You're just like spreading bullshit. Get out of here.
You're up here crying.
If you in real life, I'll slap the shit out of you.
No, you wouldn't.
Why are you so triggered, man?
I'm not triggered.
He's triggered. We got that. We got that Christian love. What is 1 John chapter 3? It says if you hate a brother, the light is not in you. And then Jesus says that if you call your brother a fool, you'll be liable to the hellfire. Don't you know that what you're supposed to be exhibiting is love, and you're not doing that?
I don't have to do that because Moses said eye for eye.
So the Bible. So you don't care what Jesus said then?
No, I care about them, but I'm telling you.
So do you think the words of Moses should be binding?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. You want to read some of the words of Moses with me?
Where are you going with this?
I'm about to read. You like the words of Moses. You brought them up. I'm going to read you some words of Moses that you might not know.
Okay, you're going to bring up some monkey foolery.
As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you're cool with slavery then?
Hold on, wait. Go back up to this verse.
It's all on the screen.
No, scroll back up.
Everything that I just read is on the screen right now.
No, scroll back up. No, go back up.
Up to what? What verse do you want to read?
There you go. Okay, because I had to take a screenshot of that because you're acting like a stupid monkey up here. What is your problem, man?
Okay, so you're cool with slavery then?
No, I'm not cool with it.
Okay, but you said the words of Moses are binding, and Moses said you can own slaves.
Yes.
Okay, so why aren't you cool with slavery when God said it's okay?
Because in modern day times, I can't own you as a slave. So why?
I didn't say can't. Necro, thank you so much for the galaxy. I didn't say you can or can't. I'm asking whether or not I'm asking whether or not it should be permissible. Do you think that? Do you think that it's morally permissible to own slaves?
Fucking cunt.
Look at this guy. He's really crashing out. You know you're being recorded for all of history on 6 different social media platforms. There are hundreds of thousands of people that will see this conversation over the course of time.
What does that got to do with me?
I'm just letting you know that everything you do is being recorded for your posterity. Your children and your children's children will see you crashing out for Christ on somebody else's live, acting like an absolute child.
Don't everybody record on lives? Like
I do.
Come on now.
I record mine.
Everybody does it. Like what?
Good.
You're so triggered though.
Yeah. So
because you're spreading.
So you don't actually like the words of Moses, then, do you?
I do. What?
But you don't like the ones about slavery.
Is all he's doing is reading your book, and you're saying that's the BS he's spreading.
No, because he's spreading nonsense on this app.
I read it.
He's showing you literally the Bible in front of his page.
Like
what?
You're really like made up versions of it.
All I did was read you the book.
Well, okay, he has so many versions. That doesn't mean nothing. Different versions, just the way other people wrote it.
You want to read it in the King James? Will that make you feel better?
What am I, a child? Get a grip.
You're the one that can't handle the version that I'm using.
You're being very, very offensive and everything. I don't know why.
No, because this guy.
Because he knows he's getting cooked right now.
No,
because he has no idea what he's talking about, which is why his screen name is Yahusha, which isn't the name of anybody.
What?
Yahusha is not a name of God.
Bro, yeah, that's why I don't like talking to atheists like you.
I will bet you money you can't find Yahusha in the Bible.
Bro,
It's
you're
like a
just an
chill pill,
idiot.
bro.
You're just literally an idiot, man.
It's all he's got. It's all he's got is
You're just making up things.
name
You're making up
calling
things.
and incredulity.
And what is this? What
You
is this that
do you
you're
think
pulling up
you think
now?
you look good
What
right
is
now?
What is this that you're pulling up
You think
right now?
you're
man?
you think you're
Gotta
making
act
Jesus?
tough on
You think you're
internet,
making
man.
Jesus look good?
Act tough on internet.
Rewriting history.
You think you're making Jesus look good right now?
He reads Hebrew.
Yahusha, do you think you're making Jesus look good? All right, let's read some. Let's read some more of the. You want to read some more of the words of Moses,
I am
Yahusha?
not Jesus. I am my own person.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Yahusha, you want to read some more words of Moses since you like him so
go
much?
Ahead, man. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
This is Deuteronomy 22. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What is the evidence that he would be expecting?
Dude, I'm not answering this. What is your problem?
The evidence is very clear. He's expecting her to bleed, which is why when they go to the court, it says the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her saying, I didn't find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders. So the evidence is whether or not she bled on the sheet, right?
You one foul, disgusting man. You know.
I'm reading your book to you. So according to your book, the evidence is whether or not she bled on a sheet, right?
I'm leaving this panel.
I'm just asking you. I'm reading your book. He didn't want to read the book, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
You heard it here first. The book is disgusting and full of BS, and you're spreading that on the live. I hope you're happy with yourself, Justin.
That's what I heard. I am utterly ashamed that I read this book. But what else can I do? This is all I got. I went to a Catholic school. I didn't learn how to read much. I learned how to read the Bible. I can't do any math. They didn't teach me any math at Catholic school.
Multiplying loaves and fishes, but you didn't.
We only learned to count to 5,000.
The age of the earth.
That's as far back as you need. Judas, thank you for the $5 super chat. Judas says they will know you are a Christian when they call you the C word.
C is for Christian.
Remember that song, They Will Know We Are Christians by Our Love? You guys ever sing that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a popular one.
That was the love that we just heard and saw.
That was something.
Of course. That was
There's
something
no
else.
love like Christian hate.
That's all right.
Yeah, there's absolutely no love like Christian hate. But
I know. I don't know what gets them so triggered. It's something in the water or in the book. I don't know what it is.
Jesus is God. I tried to get you up in here, and you dropped out. I'm not laughing at Christians. I'm laughing at that particular Christian because he was a child. And if you think you're a better Christian, I'd love to talk to you. I'm not interested in shouting matches or yelling, but if somebody gets up here and they want to do a little bit of shouting or yelling, I'm not opposed to doing it. That being said, if you get on my panel and you call me names and you make accusations about me, yeah, we're going to make fun of you. That's just how that works. But if you're a decent human being, we won't be doing that.
Justin, can we talk about the Transfiguration?
Jesus is God. We won't gang up on you. I'll make sure that it's just me and you talking. Louise and Gemini will gladly meet up so that you and I can have a conversation. We're not going to do a 3v1, although to be fair, it is a 4v1 when you're talking to me because you've got the Holy Trinity on your side plus you. So anytime a Christian talks to me, it's a 4v1.
Hey, Justin, can you talk about the Transfiguration?
I'm a Christian, and so next time they attack you as, oh, we never talk to you atheists. Well, you guys can talk to me.
And me. Even though I don't know much about it, but like Justin, but...
Well, we do what we can. So we had one Christian here, but I guess he doesn't have the Holy Spirit because he's not going to come up. Or she. I'm not sure if it's a he or she. It just says Jesus is God is the screen name. There's not like a Royal Rumble. It's not like there's 7 people in here just all going at it. You know what I mean? It's It's not atheist Thunderdome or anything like that.
Hey, Justin, can you talk more about the Transfiguration?
Yeah, Matthew chapter 17. What did you have in mind?
I don't know. Just elaborate.
Yeah, to me, the Transfiguration is coping by the gospel authors to kind of explain this old idea in Judaism, where the Messiah is supposed to be preceded by Moses and by Elijah. So in extra biblical tradition, there was this idea that Moses and Elijah would precede the coming of the Messiah. So you kind of got this scene where Moses and Elijah kind of appear, which is wild because earlier Jesus says John the Baptist is Elijah. So it doesn't make sense. If John the Baptist is Elijah, then we shouldn't see Elijah appearing here. But it says 6 days later, Jesus took with him Peter and James and his brother John and led them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transfigured before them, and his face shone like the sun, and his clothes became bright as light. Suddenly there appeared to them Moses and Elijah talking with them. Then Peter said to Jesus, "Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, I will set up 3 tents here, one for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah." While he was still speaking, suddenly a bright cloud overshadowed them. Every time I read that, my brain doesn't want to say the word cloud because it doesn't make sense. While he was speaking, suddenly a bright cloud overshadowed them. Bright clouds do not cause shadows. Hold on a second. There we go. Just so we're aware. Bright clouds do not cause shadows, and I'm sure there's an apologetic twist on this, saying that somehow, like, if you put the sun behind the cloud, then it's technically a bright cloud. But the fact that people just didn't know how anything worked back then. So a bright cloud doesn't cast a shadow, but it says a bright cloud overshadowed them, and a voice from the cloud said, "This is my son, the beloved, with him I am well pleased, listen to him," which is what happened at the baptism. It says, when the disciples heard this, they fell to the ground and were overcome by fear, but Jesus came and touched them, saying, "Get up and do not be afraid." And when they raised their eyes, they saw no one except Jesus himself alone. So in itself, this is kind of a meaningless passage. This passage is attempting to explain something to the Jewish audience, but it doesn't actually... Thank you so much, Chet, for the cranes. Taylor Tom, thank you as well for the cranes. I appreciate that. It doesn't actually solve any problems. You know what I mean? All right, I think we got a new guest in the guest queue here. Let me see if we can get someone in.
Thanks for explaining. Thanks.
Oh, for sure. How you doing, Anthony? Anthony? Anthony, did you request by accident? My man. Did you mean to be up here? No? Not so much? All right, I'll drop you down. Don't worry. I got you. All right, Anthony didn't mean to request. Let's see now. Yeah, my study Bible doesn't have a note on the Transfiguration, but I've read in some other study Bibles, they'll actually quote the extra Jewish, the extra biblical literature that this is supposed to be addressing. But I might be able to find it myself. The Holy Spirit took them, F. Dot. You're right. That's exactly what happened.
He was raptured. Raptured.
All right. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I'll look for this. Maybe on our next live we'll address it. Where the extra biblical tradition come from? It might have started from Malachi. Malachi talks about messengers preceding. Let's see. There we go. See, I will send you the prophet Elijah before the great and terrible day of the Lord. I'm sorry. I will send you the prophet Elijah before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. He will turn the hearts of parents to their children and the hearts of children to their parents, so that I will not come and strike the land with a curse. And then this gets built up in Jewish tradition, and it turns into not just Elijah, but also Moses, which is why Jesus is constantly painted. Mac, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Jesus is constantly painted as being like another Moses. So they're trying to paint Jesus like Moses coming out of Egypt and so on and so forth, to say, look, John the Baptist is Elijah and Jesus is Moses, but he's also King David. And it's a bunch of nonsense, guys. It's a bunch of nonsense. But anyways, we've ran out of Christians to talk to, because again, we're not getting pushed out into the algorithm. The algorithm hates us right now. If you're a Christian here, I'd love to talk to you about Jesus and about whether or not he was the Messiah. If not, we might have to hit a restart. What's that?
So you believe a lot of the stories is just fiction, like most of them, right?
From the New Testament, yeah.
What
Well,
about
I mean, the Old Testament too, but yeah. The New Testament, I think, is mythology. If Jesus was a real person that lived in history, that may be true. He might have been a real Jewish rabbi that lived in history, but I think what we read about him in the Bible is mostly myth.
What about the Garden of Eden? That's another allegory, whatever. I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, the problem with the Garden of Eden is that the New Testament believes that the Old Testament is literal. They believe that the narrative is true. So, for example, Paul uses the eating of the apple to say that women need to be silent in church and be subservient to man, because it was Eve that was deceived and ate and sinned first. And then in Romans chapter 5, he refers to Jesus being the second Adam, as though Adam was a real person, saying that through one man sin came into the world. And then again in the Gospels, we see in the book of Luke the genealogy of Jesus going all the way back to Adam. So we've definitely, and actually we get a little bit of it in the book of Acts too, with the speech of Stephen. But so we definitely get this idea from the New Testament that they all believe that the book of Genesis is dead straight literal. And so if that's the case, then I certainly don't think that it would be appropriate for us to go back. If you're a Christian, I don't think it's appropriate for you to go back and, well, this isn't actually literal. It must be a metaphor, because if you are a Christian, you have to believe what the New Testament authors said about it. And the New Testament authors believed it to be literal,
Yeah.
Why did Paul have such a stick up his rear about everything? What was that guy's deal?
Paul is wild. He really was. I don't know. I go back and forth on whether or not if Paul said everything that he actually said in the letters, because we know that people were definitely writing letters in his name, and they were modifying the letters. For example, there's a section in the book of Corinthians, I forget exactly which chapter, where when you look at the ancient Greek manuscripts, it keeps getting moved. So it's the section talking about women to be silent in church. That little snippet of Corinthians in all of the ancient manuscripts, some of them it's missing, and some of them it's in an entirely different location. Some of them it's in the footnote. So it seems to be that people were adding things into Paul's even official letters at some point in time. So if people were modifying even Paul's official letters, then it really it makes me not trust even the letters of Paul, even though if there's anybody in the New Testament in the Christian movement that I think was real, I think Paul was a real person.
But the authorship of some of it might be dubious, to say the least. It's an interesting question too, is how quickly did this early cult, Messianic cult of Jesus, turn into something that was Hellenized, that was just the fundamental character and culture of it changed and morphed into something totally different. Because again, when you look at Jesus and his ministry and the way he treated women, even women of ill repute, God forbid, right? And then you very early on have these writings saying that women aren't to speak in church. I mean, it's just really interesting. And Paul, if I'm not mistaken, was Jewish, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a Hebrew of Hebrews, he says.
Yeah, it's interesting. But then, one of the few early, church founders. And again, it was Hellenized pretty quickly. And it seems to me like it, again, it didn't catch on, understandably, among the Jewish people. He wasn't accepted as a Messiah, but it just became it just morphed into something almost unrecognizable in terms of, again, what I read into the character and the time in which it was purported to happen.
Right. I agree. Mac, thank you so much for all the fest grounds. I appreciate that. Big W, Mac. Let's get some W's in the comments for Mac. Good to see you. Paul, this is my problem with Paul. Paul directly contradicts Jesus, right? So at some point you have to ask yourself, do I believe the writings of Paul, or do I believe what Jesus said, even though we don't really know if Jesus said those things? And to me, that was a difficult thing as a Christian, because when I was a Christian, I knew that Jesus was a Judaizer. He thought that people should be following the law of Moses. Paul was strictly against it. And so that's a big tension. The two biggest voices of the New Testament don't actually agree with each other on what the position of the law is supposed to be. And so to me, I think that, I don't think that at the time that the apostles and at the time that Paul lived, I don't think they had the Gospels. And that's why I think they made that mistake. I think they came to their own conclusion about the position of the law, and that the Gospels were written later after Paul, and they don't take into account what Paul taught, or they were being penned at the same time as Paul, and they didn't know. They didn't know what each other were saying, and so they weren't in agreement. But both of them, whoever wrote the Gospels and whoever wrote Paul's letters, obviously just came to their differing conclusions, which means it couldn't be from God. I got a question, though. Yeah. For Rocky, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. Rocky asks, from Texas, what is your favorite Bible contradiction? And I think you guys might have heard some of my contradictions before in the Bible. Do you guys have a favorite Bible contradiction?
I think Genesis 18. I was listening to Thinker. She talked a lot about it, like when God is talking to himself. You know that verse, Justin?
Yeah.
And it's it goes to show you right there, it can't be true. I mean, how does somebody know what God is thinking? It's like, hello, it tells you, a red flag, that's you could put it up if you can.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if I'd call this contradiction or not, but just the whole book of Revelation, so clearly being intended for its times, it was one of a series of apocalyptic, a whole genre unto itself, is my understanding. And just the way people have run with that, that's one of my favorites.
I want to pull a new one. This is not my favorite, but we haven't covered this one. But it's one that is pretty obvious if you're reading the book. It'll catch you the first time you read it. This is 1 Samuel 17:12. It says, now David, the son of the Ephrathite of Bethlehem in Judah. Now remember, you guys recognize these names, the Ephrathite and Bethlehem. That shows up again in Micah 5:2, the prophecy about the Messiah being from Ephrathah of Bethlehem, because that's where David's from. It says, now David was the son of an Ephrathite of Bethlehem in Judah named Jesse, who had 8 sons. In the days of Saul, the man was already old and in advanced years. But what we find prior to that in Chronicles, it says Jesse became the father of Eliab, his firstborn, and then he names the other sons. And then it says David the 7th. And then there's no sons after David listed in Chronicles. There's only 7 sons according to Chronicles, not 8. So there's a little bit of a boo-boo there. Someone got the numbers wrong. There's quite a few numerical contradictions, actually, in the book of Samuel, Kings, and Chronicles.
Another one is Jesus' birth. I think there was a governor, I think John, and I don't know if is it John or Matthew. One is Caesar. Yeah, you know what I'm getting at, right?
It's Luke and Matthew. It says that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius.
Yes. And then the other one, other book, it tells you another.
Right.
I think it's Mark, maybe, or Luke. It tells you somebody else was like the governor, right?
Well, it says that Jesus was born during the reign of Herod, referring to Herod the Great. And Herod the Great died, let's see, in 4 BCE. So that means if Jesus was born during the reign of Herod the Great, then Jesus must have been born before 4 BCE. But if Jesus was born even in the last year of Herod, let's say he was born in 4 BCE, then there's no way that he was born during the census of Quirinius, which was in 6 CE. They're off by about 10 years. So there's definitely a discrepancy there in time. And there's also a discrepancy in what happened after his birth, because according to one gospel, according to Matthew, he is born in Bethlehem, and then immediately after the Magi leave, he goes into Egypt. I'm sorry, immediately after being born, he goes into Egypt. The Magi, I believe, are in Luke. And then, no, they're in Matthew, I apologize. In Luke, it's different. In Luke, what happens is he's born in Bethlehem, and then they come to Judea for his, to do his snip, and then a couple weeks later, they come back and they have Mary cleansed at the temple according to the rites of her purity after birth. And then after that, then they move to Nazareth. They never go to Egypt, but he was probably in Egypt for at least 2 years or more, because it said that he was in Egypt until the death of Herod. Yeah. So, anyways, I think what we'll do then, guys, I'm gonna kick this thing out and do a restart and see if we can get some opposition. If we can't get any opposition after the restart, I don't know what to try. It's one of those times. TikTok's got me in the shadow ban. It won't push me out to anybody new. It's just all my followers here waiting for some fresh meat, but we'll do what we can. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, guys. Okay.
Okay.
All right, guys. YouTube, guys, thanks for hanging out with me the last couple of lives. I don't know what's going on TikTok, man. TikTok is such a garbage app. If there was another app that was doing like a live feature where you could just take guests at random, I would definitely do it. Damon, the way that you join the conversation, for anyone on YouTube asking to join, there's a link in the description of the video on YouTube that you're watching right now. If you go to the description of that video, you'll see a link that says join the live. Click on that. It's going to take you to my stream on TikTok, and then you can request up on the stream. And that's one way to do it. It's possible, if TikTok goes away, then we might have to go to like Discord or something. I don't know, but I think Discord has the same problem. Discord doesn't really show you to new people. It just shows you to your followers. I don't know how you build a following on Discord. And I'm not very Discord savvy. And that was always the one good thing about TikTok is for a long time, and it still seems to be true. It's just not true for me right now. TikTok shows a percentage of non-followers your content, and especially for the live. For example, typically on a live, about 60% of the people that stumble into my live don't follow me. That's just looking at the metrics. My last couple lives after I got my account back, it was different. It was like 10% of the people in my live didn't actually follow me. So it's clearly not pushing me out into the algorithm. It's clearly only showing my live to my own followers and not to anybody new. So Sometimes restarting it will fix it. I don't know if TikTok has, like, once your account gets banned and then you get your account back, I don't know if you have to go live a certain number of times before it finally eases up on you and shows your stuff again to somebody new. We'll have to wait and see. But it's pretty crazy. I might, if TikTok can't get their stuff together, I might just get one of those call-in numbers like On the Line or the Atheist Experience, where you have to like call a phone number and then you could talk to somebody over the phone. Because like, honestly, TikTok is really just here for me to get people to talk to. I could do this on another platform if somebody else had a method for it. It's just no one really has a method for it. Clapper has a method for it, but like nobody's on Clapper, nobody's using Clapper. Instagram Live has a feature, but Instagram Live, again, only shows your live to your followers. So if you're not already following me on Instagram Live, then no dice. Yeah, Joel uses Discord. I saw that, Bear, but I actually have no idea how he's doing that. I have no idea how he's using his Discord to get guests. I might have to contact him on that because like I've never gone on the Discord and like looked for content and then Discord was like showing me content to click on, and like, so if there's a way to find people to debate on Discord, I don't know how to do it yet. So I don't know. Yeah, cyber deconstruction. I must be shadow banned. You're right. I don't even pop up on my Who's Live. That's what people said my last 2 streams. They said they didn't even know I was online. I didn't even show up in their list of lives. And that happens sometimes too. I've had that a few times where like somebody was live and I knew they were live because somebody told me that they were live, and I went to go look at my people who were live and they weren't even in there. It was crazy. So I don't know. TikTok's crazy. You really have no idea if they're going to push you into the algorithm, if they're even going to show you to your followers. But I don't know, if we can't get anybody on this attempt, then maybe I'll try my backup account. Quinn Motorsports wants to know, how is he a fraud? I would love to explain to you how he was a fraud, but you have to get into the guest box to find out. So if you're a Christian and you want to figure out why I'm saying Jesus is a fraud, then get up here. Also, Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for the $10 over Venmo. Cyber says, can I ask how she grounds the difference between shoehorning in verse being completely false? Oh, that was for Gemini. Sorry, Cyber. The notification just came in now. For that one and for this one, actually. So I just now see a couple notifications. One from Colleen. Colleen, thank you so much. Colleen says, Christmas decor continued. Donation. Oh, that's not for me. Sorry. Cyber, I see your $10 message. And also, Shirley, thank you for the $10. Shirley says, from Twisted Scriptures, thank you, Justin. Thank you so much, Shirley. I appreciate that. And Cyber, your second $10 donation, I see that too. It says, my favorite one is Matthew 1, Jesus coming from a cursed line. And I'm glad you mentioned that. In the lineage that is given for Jesus in the book of Matthew, it lists him as coming from Jeconiah. And if you read Jeremiah chapter 22, Jeconiah, it said, is going to be cursed, and none of his offspring shall ever succeed to the throne of David ever again. So if that's the case, then clearly Jesus wasn't the Messiah. But let's get Shiloh in here. Oh, Shiloh must have requested by accident. Shiloh's not here. You saw Jesus pass the polygraph? Did you? Did you really? Guys, thank you so much for being here. We got the stream restarted. We're gonna see if we can get some guests. How you doing? The gig.
GG. You can just call me G. How are you?
Good. How you doing, GG?
I'm doing good.
Sure. GG, are you at least 18?
Yeah, buddy. I'm over 18. Well over 18.
Sure. And are you a Christian?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you aware that Jesus was both a liar and a fraud?
No, I don't believe that's true. Could you educate me on that?
Yeah. Which one do we want to tackle first, the liar or the fraud part?
Whichever you feel most comfortable with. It's your platform.
Sure. Well, I think we've covered the lie part quite a few times tonight. We can always get back to that, but let's talk about the fraud part. So, Jesus Christ, according to the New Testament, is supposed to be what? Thank you so much, Gemini. I appreciate that. What's Jesus supposed to be?
I'm confused what you're asking.
He's supposed to be the Messiah?
Right, yeah.
Right, okay. Now,
I'm not good with common sense questions, but I'm trying to follow where you're coming from.
That's okay. I wasn't trying to lead you into anything funny. Okay, so how would we know if somebody is the Messiah?
I don't know. How would we know?
Well, what does the Bible say to look for?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Well, I can show you a couple really good passages on what the Bible says to look for the Messiah.
Yeah, sure.
But let me go to a passage that is quoted in the New Testament and the Old Testament that both appears to be relatively messianic, but also is a lie. And I'll explain more when we get there. We're going to go to Zechariah chapter 9. And
Is it 4 things?
What's that?
Is it 4 different things that he's supposed to fulfill?
No, there's a lot.
Or there's a lot more?
Yeah, there's a bunch. There's a
Thinking
bunch.
of something else.
Yeah. So we'll grab first where this quote comes from. In Matthew 21, remember he rode the donkeys into Jerusalem?
Yes.
And he says, this took place to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet. Tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king comes to you humble and mounted on a donkey and on a colt, the foal of a donkey. That comes from Zechariah 9:9. But look at what it actually says in Zechariah 9. It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he. Humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth. So what part of this prophecy did Jesus actually fulfill?
Could you scroll back up to the top?
Yeah, verse 9.
I think it's right there. Riding on a donkey.
Yeah, I rode a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
Yeah, no, I don't think that would be accurate, no.
Right, yeah. The prophecy is not about some guy that can just ride a donkey. The prophecy is about somebody who's actually a victorious king and who ends all war in Israel. It says he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim. That's the northern half of Israel, Ephraim is. And the war horse from Jerusalem, and that's the primary city in the southern half in Judea. Says, and the battle bow will be cut off, and then he's going to command peace to the nations. So to me, if Jesus did that, if Jesus came and he rescued his people from the Romans and brought them back into their land and restored their peace, then I would be like, oh shit, this guy kind of starting to sound a little bit messianic. But on the account of that he only rode the donkey, I see this as just being a lie. Matthew's just telling lies.
Is there a certain time frame from which that passage is speaking about?
Well, that's the great thing about Zechariah chapter 9 is Zechariah chapter 9 doesn't actually give a like a time frame. He doesn't say like these events are going to take place. He just says that when they take place, this is what's going to happen.
If and forgive me, but if there's no exact timeline, is it fair for me to make the assumption that it should have happened already or that it hasn't happened yet?
Yeah, because the guy coming on the donkey is going to do something, right? He's going to be a king, and Jesus was never a king, so that's problem number one. And then he's going to cut off the chariots from Ephraim, but he didn't do that.
Yeah, so I'm trying to follow, but because I'm not trying to play mind games with you, I'm trying to understand and follow your train of thought based on logic, right? You said that there isn't a specific time frame that from this passage, right? And it's fair to make the assumption. I shouldn't make the assumption that it has happened or it's not going to happen, but that it hasn't happened yet, right? So what I'm trying to understand from you is, are you saying that it should have happened when this was written?
No, it should have happened when Jesus was on the earth.
Okay.
Right.
And so is it saying Jesus was on the earth in physical form, or is it possible that it could still happen?
Well, if it could still happen, that means it's an unfulfilled prophecy, right? So anything that hasn't been fulfilled yet is by definition an unfulfilled prophecy, right? But the gospel says that Jesus rode the donkey in order to fulfill this prophecy, but he clearly couldn't have.
Is there more context to this?
To what?
To this particular passage?
Yeah, I mean, the whole chapter is going to provide a greater context, right? So it talks about how Israel is going to be restored, the remnant of the people are going to be saved after they get destroyed, right? So, and then he says, rejoice. Why should we rejoice, right? We should rejoice because we're going to have a triumphant king, and that triumphant king is going to rescue you. He's going to cut off all war. He's going to establish this everlasting dominion,
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I love that you're helping me with this. This is really nice. I appreciate it. So is it, I don't want to make the assumption that you have an intention, but based on that passage, right, and pointing to the unfulfilled prophecy based on this specific example, is that something that you would consider enough to negate the message of Jesus Christ, or something to negate or I would say, what would be a better word than negate? Maybe sway my belief system or my belief and faith in Jesus Christ?
No, I mean, one goofy prophecy isn't going to wreck your entire foundation. The problem is every prophecy that is used in the New Testament is applied in this way. And sometimes the prophecies are contradictory to what Jesus did. For example, let me grab one from Jeremiah. Actually, this one's not quoted in the New Testament, but it does contradict the New Testament. If you go to Jeremiah...
May I interrupt?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to ask you because I want to follow you more clearly. Is this the King James Version?
No. I read a good version.
Which version are you reading?
This is the NRSV.
Okay, so that's the newest one, right?
Well, I don't know if it's the newest. The newest edition in the NRSV series is the NRSV updated edition. This one...
the most updated edition. Yeah, I've heard of this one, yeah.
Yeah, I think the one that I'm using right now was published around 2019, 2018.
And what specifically is the biggest difference that you see in this new updated edition versus the King James Version?
Not much in terms of the New Testament passages, although there are some New Testament passages that are pretty stark. For example, the book of Acts in the King James Bible refers to Passover as Easter when no such thing existed back then. It's also true in the King James Bible that in the Old Testament, they have no idea who Asherah is. They think that Asherah is an archaic word referring to a grove of trees, but it's not. It's quite literally a reference to a female deity named Asherah, which is why they're making idols to Asherah, because she's a female deity that they're worshiping alongside Baal. Asherah was theoretically the mother of Baal and the consort of El. But they didn't know that in 1611. And there are hundreds and hundreds of other passages from the Bible just like this, where we know a lot more about the ancient world and about the ancient languages than they knew in 1611. So it's not that the translators were bad. The translators in 1611 did a great job. They did an amazing job. But we have more information now.
Okay. I didn't want to stop you. I know you were going to a passage. If you'd like to carry on, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
But if you'd like to move on, that's fine too.
No, sure. Well, Jeremiah 33:14 is an actual messianic prophecy. It's not quoted in the New Testament, and for good reason, because it contradicts the New Testament. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time, which is a direct contradiction to Galatians chapter 3 and Hebrews chapter 7, where it says that the law was done away with and the Levitical priesthood was replaced by Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I've got these written down as well.
Sure. Let's read one more while we're at it.
Sure.
Let's do how well do you know your Old Testament timeline?
Probably not as well as like I do the New Testament, like most of my friends, but I probably should read more of the Old Testament and start from the beginning again.
Okay.
I tend to start from Genesis anyways, but
we'll do an easy one then. I won't go to Jeremiah. I was going to do one in Jeremiah, but this one,
Jeremiah.
We can grab that one next. This is Hosea 11. Hosea says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." Now, what event in history is this referring to?
Hold on, I'm reading it. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. Oh, I think they're talking. Is this talking about when Egypt? When Jesus went to Egypt, when he fled Israel, went to Egypt. Is that close?
Oh, well, you're getting warm. Daniel, thank you for the $5 super chat. Daniel says $5 just for support. Thank you so much, Daniel. I appreciate the $5 support. Yeah, so does it say anything about the Messiah here?
The more I called them, the more they went from me, right? They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. When Israel was a child, I loved him. I don't think... Oh, I called my son. So out to Egypt, I called my son, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
go ahead, sorry.
What historical event could the prophet be referring to? Because he's telling a story about the past.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He says, when Israel was a child in the past, that's past tense, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. When did that happen, and what is he talking about?
Honestly, don't know. I'd have to ask you to tell me.
Yeah, it's Exodus, the entire book. The entire book is about how God called his firstborn son out of Egypt. In fact, there's a direct quotation from Exodus 4:22. Well, I think I just scrolled right by it.
No, you're good.
Did it not come up? Oh, I forgot the book. Got to put the actual book in there. Here we go. Exodus 4:22 says, "You shall say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son." And then what does Moses do? Moses goes and he frees the Israelites from Pharaoh.
Right.
And then what do they do when they get out of Egypt? What's the first thing they do? They turn against God. They create idols. They're worshiping other gods, and so this is a reference to the Exodus period, right?
Clearly, yes.
Right.
I would agree.
Does it say anything about the future? Does it make any predictions about the future?
Not that I can see. No, I don't believe so.
Now, before we go anywhere else, let me ask you: what is a prophecy?
It's a good question. I'm sure you're looking for like a textbook answer. I couldn't give it to you.
Well, in your own words, what would you call a prophecy? Like if somebody spoke words.
I would say the prophecy would be, I'm going to be really simple, and I would say the fulfillment and message, like the fulfillment of a message of God, maybe something along those lines.
Right, but if somebody is speaking a prophecy, like if you're telling me a prophecy right now, what are the words that I would be looking for to know that what you're saying is a prophecy?
Probably, you mean like, would you be looking for consistency, or you would be looking for a specific mention of something or someone?
You would have to say something about future events or even current events that you wouldn't be able to know about. So
I see what your train of thought is now. Yeah. You would have to be speaking about the fulfillment of prophecy is something obviously in the future, right?
Yeah.
Something to take place in the future, something to be fulfilled, right?
Right. And it's something that you should be able to observe and test whether or not it comes true. That's Deuteronomy chapter 18. Says, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So a word from God or prophecy from God is something that needs to take place in the future so that we can test whether or not it's a true thing, right?
So could I ask a question?
Sure.
So when we were going over Leviticus, I believe it was, right? We mentioned there not being a distinct timeline, past, present, or future. Based on our definition of a prophecy, it would be something that has to happen in the future, right? So how do we reconcile that if we don't define it by a particular timeline, right? But it is also something that is a prophecy by definition, something in the future.
Yeah.
So is it fair for me, and I love pointing the finger back at myself because, I'm the one in question here, right? Is it fair for me to make the assumption that it's false if I can, based on what we've just went over, that there's no distinct timeline, right? And that a prophecy is something distinct to the, specific to the future, right? Is it accurate for me to say, okay, this is 100% false or inaccurate because it doesn't have, demonstratively speaking, I can't really say definitively that this is true.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is that Zechariah 9:9 could have been partially fulfilled, but that doesn't make any sense. I'll give you a really good analogy why. I'm going to give you a prophecy myself, and I want you to engage with me a little bit. If I said to you that the Cleveland Browns are going to get into a big bus and they're going to drive to Pittsburgh and they're going to win 30-0, and then they're going to drive back. Now, let's imagine for a second that the Cleveland gets into the bus. They drive all the way to Pittsburgh. They get trounced. Pittsburgh defeats them, and then they ride the bus back in shame. Would it be fair to me to go around later and say, well, the prophecy was fulfilled because they got in the bus?
No.
Right, yeah. So the prophecy of Zechariah 9 is not about a guy that rides a donkey. You can't tell me that the prophecy is fulfilled just because some guy got on a donkey. It turns out...
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I feel, and forgive me here, and it's not to say that I think what you're doing is pretty accurate, right? It obviously you've done your homework, and I'm learning a lot from it, and I'll have a lot more homework tomorrow because of it. But do you think that there's something wrong with, would you agree that we're limited as human beings?
I think we are, but can we...
Our senses?
Can we finish reading Matthew before we move to a new topic?
Yeah, it's your platform. Definitely.
So to finish up the prophecy from Hosea 11, it gets requoted in the book of Matthew, and you already know about this. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I've called my son. But
Right.
We just saw when we read Hosea 11. Yeah, it's right. Jesus was an immigrant, right?
Watch out. Here we go.
Right.
Would Jesus be allowed in your country? If he did it the right way. Okay, we'll move on.
Right, yeah. As long as Jesus gets his green card first.
Only if Jesus Christ gets... That's the kind of stuff I have to laugh at. Go ahead. Sorry.
He's got to get his olive card. So...
Yeah.
We just, like, when we read Hosea 11, just honestly analyzing it, like, what does it actually say? It's pretty clear that there's no prophecy there, which means when Matthew says, no, it actually is a prophecy, like, Matthew is saying, don't believe your lying eyes. Like, why is Matthew telling me it's a prophecy when it's clearly not a prophecy?
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, it's there was something specific about the author with the book of Matthew, right? That was very controversial. I'm trying to remember. Maybe you know. Oh God, it's on top.
Well, Matthew is a little bit controversial, but maybe not. Yeah. I think I might think that for different reasons than you. Sarah, good to see you.
Hi.
So want to know why I think Matthew's controversial?
Sure.
because Matthew copied almost all of Luke into his gospel, which by itself isn't that big of a deal, except remember there's a story that's in Matthew and Mark and also in Luke where there is a tax collector that's sitting at a table and Jesus calls him to be one of his disciples. Remember that? What's the name of that disciple?
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you said?
Yeah, what's the name of the disciple that is called... I'm sorry, what's the name of the tax collector that is called to be a disciple?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, in the book of Matthew, his name is Matthew. According to the other Gospels, his name was Levi, but we can say for now that there's a double tradition that he's got two names, and that's fine. But here's the weird part, okay? Matthew copies that story almost word from word from the Gospel of Mark. But if Matthew was the tax collector, why is Matthew copying his own conversion story from Mark? Why doesn't he just tell it himself in the first person?
It's a good question.
Right? It leads me to believe that Matthew probably didn't write Matthew.
Yeah, that might have been the most controversial aspect of it that you just reminded me of, that he didn't write it himself. Right. Yeah. Now, I remember when I heard about that, it was very upsetting, but there's many upsetting things when you go through scripture. Clearly today I've learned a couple more, but that's okay.
Sure. Well, listen, man.
It's not always sunshine and rainbows, is it?
Yeah, it's really not. And I don't want to put a dark cloud over you, but these are serious topics.
I'm not sure.
Did you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, I appreciate you. I was happy that you let me on. I've definitely come by a couple times. I see you deconstructing things. I did want to ask you one question before I go, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify. You said that you had over a decade's worth of studying the Bible, Old and New Testament, and have even taught it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was a pastor for over a decade, and I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies.
Very nice. I have a bachelor's in political science and a master's in conflict resolution and peace studies.
That's why you're so nice.
Very combative.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say nice. I don't like the word nice.
I mean,
I like a healthy, positive, generous, kind. I always try to stay away from the nice. I don't like nice guys. I think that it can be a little different with
I get that.
But I know you know where I'm coming from, because I feel like you're a genuine person. And what I don't like is, and I don't want to take up too much more of your time, is I see the thought-provoking things, the 666. I see the Jesus was a liar. I think that triggers a lot of people. And I want to say, can I just say really, really quickly why? Because I'm leveling with you here, is it triggers two different kinds of people who hate themselves and people who don't really have a strong faith, right? And I think that that's why it's probably useful, right? Because if you don't have a strong faith, then you probably should be questioning these things just as much as a person who does have a strong faith, right? And if you hate yourself, and you're trying to project whatever reason you're upset about yourself and your life and that sort of thing, I found that people tend to look for a reason to project, right? And this could be a triggering thing for them. But for me, it's just, I just see it as another human being that's, educating the world to the best of their ability, and they have every right to do that. And I don't really have any right to put anybody down, judge them, or spread any kind of hate towards them either. So I don't think that's why I didn't come in here and I'm just like, oh my God, this guy, he knows more than me about the Bible. I think that anybody knows true, there's a lot of people out there who do have faith and do believe in Christ and do follow the Gospels to the best of their ability. And a lot of them God bless them, but they don't understand everything. And it has a lot to do with maybe their education level, the environment they're growing up in, their circumstances. And they're really coming to the Gospels in good faith, or, and vice versa on the atheistic side too. So sorry,
Yeah.
I'm over talking, but I just
It's okay.
everybody should just be kind, even if you don't fucking agree with somebody. Just chill.
Well, big W for that, Gigi. I appreciate that. And yeah, we do a little bit of like rage baity background in order to get we want to capture their attention and be like, what did he just say? What because if it's mundane, then they're likely to scroll on by, and that doesn't make for a very good discussion if you don't have anyone to talk to.
Yeah, well, you caught a guppy fish, not a shark. So
No, you're good. You're a great guest. Thanks for being here, Gigi. I appreciate you,
all
man.
right, guys, take care of yourselves.
Cheers. Look at some big dubs for Gigi. He was a great guest, actually. Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for the DJ glasses. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Cyber. Cyber's been cooking too, by the way. If you're not following Cyber Deconstruction or Sarah, man, the power of Doug compels you to drop a follow on those creators. Richard, welcome in.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging in here. I'm listening to your conversation, and it's very interesting.
Sure, yeah. Richard, are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you at least 18?
Oh, I'm way above 18.
Oh, just checking. There's rules we have to abide to. Is there a way you can get a little bit closer to your phone? You sound really far away from it.
Is it better now? Much better?
Little, tiny bit better.
Sort of?
It's a little bit better. It's not great. I mean, I can hear you. Can everyone in the audience? Can you hear him when he talks?
Pretty quiet.
It is pretty quiet.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
They're saying that they can hear you. It's not great, but they can hear you. So we'll continue. It's okay. Flanker 420, thank you for the $5 super chat. Flanker says, we can't legitimately disagree and be not convinced for good reasons. We must be insincere, angry, or hate God. Actually, just this week, Flanker, I was in a dialogue with somebody in my DMs who they cannot get over the fact that I just intellectually came to a different place. They must believe that I'm just angry at God and I'm mad and I'm bitter, and that's why I'm an atheist. Like, they can't bring themselves to rationalize that maybe I read the book and I came to a different conclusion. But Richard, my background is a little bit triggering, but it's triggering for a reason, because I think it's true and I want to capture people's attentions. It's my belief that Jesus was both a liar and a fraud, and I'm assuming that you don't believe either of those things are true.
No, absolutely not. I don't believe that.
Okay. Now, as it turns out, I can prove from the Bible that he was both. Which one would you want to start with?
Whichever one. Which one I should say?
Well,
the lion part.
The lion
What
part,
part do you
yeah.
think?
That's everyone's favorite. All right, so let's go to, real quick then, we already did Matthew 16 like twice tonight. Let me grab a different one real quick.
Justin, if it's possible, can you scooch down your whole thing? Because on mobile, the was a liar and a fraud is almost like I can't see it with all the stuff.
Oh, the background?
That might explain if you aren't getting, that's a lot better.
Is that better?
Even maybe a little, well, I don't know if you all can see the Jesus, but yeah, much better.
Is that better?
Now we can read it.
Okay, I think we're good. So. All right, so thank you for that. I can't, it's hard for me to see what you're seeing. So it's, anyways, we're gonna start out really easy on the words of Jesus real quick. We're gonna do John 6:46. I'll put it on the screen so you don't have to swipe away to the Bible app. And it says, mine says not that anyone, but most translations say that it just says no one has seen the Father except the one who is from God. He has seen the Father. This is from the book of John. It's also repeated in one other passage in John 1:18. Let me grab that. We'll put both of them on the screen. John 1:18 reads much the same. It says, no one has seen God. It is only the Son, himself God, who is close to the Father's heart, who has made him known. So then from these two passages, it seems that Jesus is saying nobody's seen God except for Jesus. Mm-hmm. So if that's the case, then we've got some serious problems, because there's like a dozen times in the Old Testament where people see God. And I think my favorite example is Exodus 24.
Uh-huh.
Exodus 24 says that Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 elders of Israel went up to the mountain, that is, and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank, which means people did see God besides Jesus.
Okay. So you want my take on that? Or?
Sure.
So when Jesus came, believe it or I know you believe that. As a human, we have body, soul, and spirit, right? So in other words, we are in threefold, right? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so Jesus, this is where Jesus didn't commit any crime or anything. He got crucified by his own people, or the so-called the high priest. Jesus was actually put on trial at a high priest before they bring him to, what's the king name? I forgot his name.
Caiaphas? Pilate?
Caiaphas. Pilate. He was tried at the high priest. Jesus came in the scene. He said, I am a child of God. In Israel, those days, if you go there and say, I'm a child of God, because they believe God is a most high, God is a spirit. God don't have, it's not like a human that have a wife and kids. So if you go to Israel, those days, the ancient days, if you say, I am a son of God, meaning you are God himself. That's their understanding.
Right, but the claim we're examining is whether or not anyone has seen God.
Right. So I'm building a case, okay? So I'm coming to that. So in their belief, if you come to a scene and say, I'm a child of God, meaning there's a spirit of God in you. You actually claiming that you are the God, right? So if Jesus comes and say, no one has seen the God except the Son, what makes Jesus the Son of God? Jesus came himself as a Son of God, meaning God himself had come down low, below. So he had become a son, like a regular human being, meaning he has built a human a body for himself and put his spirit in it. God is a spirit. We all believe that. I don't know if you believe that, but God is a spirit. And in order for God to interact with the people, he has to create a vessel for himself to be able to dwell in it. That's why even as a human that we live here, we have people that have a good spirit and people that have a bad spirit. How we differentiate that? By their works. We shall know
Great.
who they are.
So has anyone seen God?
Yes. Moses did.
Okay, so then Jesus lied.
He didn't lie.
We said nobody has seen God but himself.
Nobody has seen God himself because
No, it says nobody has seen God except for himself.
Right. So if I'm saying nobody have seen me, but I've seen my except me.
He didn't say me.
Word, no.
He says nobody has seen God. I'll put it back on the screen. I know memorizing verses is not everyone's thing. It says no one has ever seen God. It is only, it is the only Son himself, God, who is close to the Father's heart. So he's saying no one's seen God. Same thing with John chapter 6, verse 46. It says, no one has seen the Father except for himself.
Yeah, so I don't see where the lie is.
Oh, easy, because you just said it yourself that people did see God. So if Jesus is saying that nobody has seen God except for me, and then we go to Exodus, and it clearly says that 74 people saw God, that's a lie.
Okay, maybe that's, well, I still don't believe that that's a lie. You know what I mean?
Did 74 people see God?
I haven't read that part, so I can...
Well, it says, we'll read it again. It says, Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank. So did they see God?
Well, that's what the text is saying. So
Okay.
did.
So according to Exodus, a bunch of people did see God, right? Okay. And Jesus said that nobody has seen God, right? Okay. And those can't both be true. One of them has to be false.
Okay. So
So-
how do you determine that? How do you determine? So you determine that. How do you determine that 74 is the truth and Jesus' part is not the truth?
Right. The way I would determine that is because the New Testament is full of lies, tons of them. So if I'm going to trust one of the two testaments, I'd definitely probably trust the Old Testament before I trusted the New Testament, although I don't trust the Old Testament either.
Okay. So then that means that none of them. So then we can pick one then, because if we have to pick one to make the other one to look like a lie, right?
Well, yeah, I'm saying in your worldview, it's a contradiction. Only one of them can be logically correct. One of them has to be wrong. But it's pretty easy to say that Jesus was wrong because Jesus says things that are wrong all the time. So like Matthew 16:27, he gets his own second coming wrong. He says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what's been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And everyone standing there tasted death, and he didn't come back in his kingdom.
Well, so do you believe in what is his name, Enoch? Then do you believe that Enoch didn't taste the death?
No, Enoch wasn't standing there.
No. I know that, but I'm saying, do you believe that Enoch didn't taste the death?
Well, according to the Old Testament, Enoch was taken probably in bodily form.
Yeah, so that means he didn't die like the way we know death to be, right?
Right, but was Enoch being spoken about here?
Right, so Jesus was not talking about it at his time.
All right, Richard, listen to the words of the passage. It says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death. Who is he talking to?
It's a prophecy.
He's talking to his disciples.
Right, but he was talking to them in prophecy.
I know, yes, Richard,
Okay.
calm down. Okay,
I'm very
he's
down.
talking to his disciples, and he says what's going to happen. He says he's going to come with his angels in the glory of the Father. He's going to repay everybody for their deeds. And then he says, when is it going to happen? That's the problem, because it says there are some standing here, the people standing with him right then. There are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Did all of them die?
All of them died.
Okay. Did he come?
Yes,
Did he come back with the angels and repay everybody?
but he hasn't come back yet.
Yes, that's why it's. Yes, that's why it's.
about the second coming.
I know that's why it's a lie.
It's not a lie.
Okay, we'll try this from the beginning. It says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Okay, so according to chapter 16, verse 28, will somebody standing there still be alive when the second coming happens?
No.
No, he literally says, yes, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming. Okay, which means some of them will be dead and some of them will be alive, right?
Okay, right?
Fantastic.
Right, here's
So,
the thing, right?
did all of them die?
All of them died.
Okay,
But
did
can I say
Jesus'
something?
second coming happen?
Not yet.
Then it's a lie.
It's not.
It's a lie.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
When the disciple went to Jesus and asked him, tell us, because you keep saying the world is coming to an end. Then we know, tell us what the world is coming to an end. You talk about second coming of you're coming back the second time. So the disciples went to him and said, secretly, Bible said the secret, Matthew 24:24.
Yep.
They said, tell us.
Yep.
When will be the sign?
You're making it
of your
worse.
coming? No, just hold on.
You're making it worse.
Okay, you can put it on the screen so people, your audience can read it.
You're making it
Or you
worse.
can read it.
He gives a bunch of signs of the end times.
Right.
And then what's he say? After some of these signs, he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven. The powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. And then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. And they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. When is this supposed to happen? He tells you. It says, from the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Just like he said in Matthew 16, the generation currently living will still be alive when the second coming happens.
Okay, so Jesus was giving them what would take place. There will be rumors of war. At his time, there was no rumors of there was no rumors of war.
They were literally at war for almost all of Jesus' lifetime. There was like 6 different rebellions between the Jewish people and the Roman government. And then shortly after Jesus was crucified, the Romans quite literally steamrolled all of Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm. But he was saying there will be war across the nations.
He didn't say that.
It was only between. Go back all the way from the beginning.
Yeah.
When the disciple asked him.
We'll just try this again. Is his second coming going to happen before that generation passes away?
Ask the question again.
Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Did that generation pass away?
He's not. That's again. He was making a prophecy.
Did that generation pass away?
Of course, there's so many generations
okay,
that passed away.
Then it's another lie. So Jesus said, this generation will not pass away until all of these things take place, and those things didn't take place.
Okay, I think this is where we draw the line, because what Jesus was saying, he was giving a prophecy.
Yeah, I know.
It was a prophecy, and you talk to the other caller.
Yeah.
And you explicitly is.
It was a prophecy about the near future.
So in other words, Jesus was predicting. Are we seeing whatever Jesus said is taking place in our time?
It's not taking place in our time.
In our time.
It's not though. And even if there was something happening in our time that looked similar, it doesn't actually mean anything, because Jesus says that it's going to happen within the generation of the people standing there. Richard, do you understand what Matthew is trying to say here?
What I understand was Jesus was giving a prophecy.
Yes, and when is that prophecy going to come true?
We're living in it now.
No, when according to stop just saying stuff that you heard on TV. When does the book say it's going to come true?
The book didn't say specific time.
It does. It says this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. So the cutoff date is within that generation.
Mm-hmm. That's your understanding.
No, that's what words mean.
That's your understanding.
No, that's just what the words mean. Same with Matthew 16. He says that some of you standing here will not taste death before you see me coming back in my kingdom. He quite literally believed he was coming back within their lifetime to judge everybody, which is why every other New Testament author agrees with that. Paul agrees with it. Paul says in like 5 different places that Jesus is coming back within people's lifetime. In fact, he tells people not to get married and not to have babies in Corinthians because everything is about to come to an end. That's chapter 7. Also, Flanker, thank you for the $2 super chat. Flanker says it means anything but what it actually says. And yes, that's the first tool that Christians reach for on their tool belt is the words don't mean words hammer.
Okay. But again, prophecy, when somebody gives a prophecy, doesn't mean necessary. When God told Israel or Jacob, saying that your descendants will be a slave after 400 years, I'll come and rescue them. It has to happen. It didn't. He was telling Jacob, but through his kids, they went to Israel.
You're completely lost, and you're just bringing up another problem because they weren't slaves for 400 years. The Bible doesn't agree on how long they were actually in Egypt. One passage said it was 400. That's Genesis 15. One passage says that it's 430 years. But if you actually add up the lineage of the people, according to the book of Chronicles, they were only there for 210 years. So The Bible can't
And
even
who was
agree
it?
on how long they were there for.
Because everybody was giving their side of the story.
Yeah, exactly. Because the Bible is not inspired by God. It's just a bunch of people pretending to know what God thinks.
Okay. I guess your mind is made up, my mind is made up. So at this point, I don't think we can convince each other. You know what I mean?
I know. I think that the text says what it says, and you think the text will say anything except for what it actually says.
Oh, it's a prophecy.
I know.
Every part of the Bible is a prophecy, and prophecy.
No, not every part of the Bible is a prophecy. In fact, I'm going to read you a passage right now, and I guarantee when I read it to you, you're going to tell me that it's not a prophecy. Okay, you ready?
I'm listening.
All right, we're going to go to Deuteronomy chapter 20, verses 10 through 19. It says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given to you. Paul, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Paul says the word of God is absolute except when it isn't. I agree. Whenever you don't like what it says, you can just change the meaning of the words. So is it a prophecy that somebody, like I should go into like the neighboring town and plunder them and kidnap their women?
They were traveling.
That's not my question. Is this a prophecy?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so how does this prophecy get fulfilled? How do I fulfill it? How does anyone fulfill it?
How do you... Okay, so how did... That's what I was saying. So they're traveling. As they're traveling, Moses is giving them message along the way as they are traveling.
Well, this isn't while they're traveling. This is while they're at the foot of the mountain. Deuteronomy. Do you know why Deuteronomy is called Deuteronomy?
No.
It's two words in Greek, deutero and nomos. When you combine them, you get Deuteronomy, and it means the second law. Okay? So the second law was given by Moses right before he passed away and handed the reins off so that they can enter the promised land. So we have the original law was given at Mount Sinai, and then the second giving of the law was given by Moses right before his death. That's why we've got Deuteronomy is named the second law. So this wasn't given by Moses while they were wandering around. This was given by Moses at the end of his life, and it's very clear that it's not a prophecy. It is a command. When you go to war, this is what you should and shouldn't be doing, right?
But they were going to go to war because at the time this message came, they were not still in Egypt. They were in the wilderness, right?
They were in the wilderness, and they were in the wilderness. Richard, listen. Richard, listen. I don't know if you know this, but when you ask questions, you can't hear the answer to the question if you keep talking.
Okay. I'm listening.
So they were in the desert. They were in the wilderness. Okay. But they weren't wandering at this stage. And this command is what to do later while they're in the promised land. It's a command.
While they're on the promised land?
Yeah, this is...
I thought you said Moses gave this message before he passed on.
Richard, I need you to really focus. This is a command to the Israelites on how to conduct their business when entering the promised land, which happens in the future. Moses never got to go into the land, remember?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what you're supposed to do when you're in the land. This is how you conduct your warfare. Do you grasp the contents?
Okay.
But
this message was coming from who?
This coming from God.
Through who?
Through Moses.
So they were still on the wilderness. They were telling them what...
I literally just said that twice, Richard. They are not...
I know.
They are not in the promised land. This is a command for how to conduct business when you get into the land. Do you understand?
Right.
Fantastic. Now, is this a command or is this a prophecy?
It's a prophecy.
Okay. How does this prophecy get fulfilled?
the prophecy get to fulfill that. If I'm coming, say if I'm going to, say, California, right? I'm in somewhere, let's say, where, Missouri, right? Let's say I'm traveling with my boss or my friend and say, hey, Richard, if you get to California, this is what you should do, right? I'm not there yet, just like you stated. I'm not there yet. So somebody is prophesying to me that if I get there, this how I should conduct business. I've never been there. I don't know how the life will look like. I don't know who all live on the land. I don't know what's going to happen. So God has revealed that through the person or through Moses, telling the children of Israel, say, hey, if you guys get there, this how you people should conduct business.
Yes, I
That's
know.
basically a prophecy.
Yes, that's how.
Richard, what do you think a prophecy is? Because you've just described instructions.
Prophecy is a near future things that are going to happen or things are going to take place in the future.
Right. Just because something's future tense doesn't mean it's a prophecy. It's predicting what's going to happen, right? So if I give you instructions, I'm telling you what to do. A prophecy is telling you what's going to happen. Those are two different things.
So you're predicting things that you never see.
No, Richard, you're not listening. She's saying there's a difference between prophecy and instructions. Both instructions refer to the future. One tells you what you should be doing, and one tells you what you should be looking for. Do you see the difference?
I still don't see the difference.
Sarah, I don't know. Maybe my English is bad. Sarah, can you try it again?
Let's say I am giving you a test. Right? So, Richard, I hand you a piece of paper, and this is for you to take an exam. On the top of the piece of paper, there are instructions for what you should do. So if I hand you the piece of paper and I say, okay, write your name on it, answer the questions in order, use a number 2 pencil, I'm giving you instructions for how to take the exam. If instead I hand you the piece of paper and I say, you are going to get a 96% on this exam, I am predicting the future. Do you see how the instructions for how to take the exam and me telling you what's going to happen on the exam are two different things?
That's where I disagreed. And you want me to explain to you why?
Okay, so instructions on how to do something are de facto prophecies.
You asking me?
Yeah.
And what was the question again? Sorry.
Instructions and prophecies are the same, is what you're saying. Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the lives. I appreciate that. Dr. Joe. Okay, so every instruction in the Bible then is a prophecy, is what you're saying.
We use different words, but the same meaning.
So every instruction in the Bible is then a prophecy, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is not a prophecy?
What is not prophecy?
Yeah.
When it comes to God, God deals with his people.
That's not an answer. Richard, what is not a prophecy in the Bible? When I'm looking at a text, how do I know that this text is not prophetic? Thank you, 40, for the lives. I appreciate that, 40.
What is not prophecy is this, right? I have something in my hand, right? You're looking at it. You have it here with, let's say, for example, I'll give you you have a phone. Your phone is in my hand. You're looking at it, right? Hey, dial this number, right? That's you standing there. I'm standing there. The very object I'm talking about is right there in my hand, and you're looking at it, and then that's what they call instruction. I'm instructing you to do specifically right on there. But if I tell you that go to California or go to New York, if you go there, go do this or this was going to protect yourself from this and this and that. I'm prophesying because these things are going to come. You don't know. It's not there for me to point it out to you that, hey, this is it.
I have never seen someone say so many words and say so little. Richard, you didn't answer my question at all. Also, his Zoteness, thank you for the $5 super chat. His Zoteness says, dig your content. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. iReactor, good to see you in the house again. iReactor with the $6.66 super chat says, ordering at the bar is a prophecy and I'm a prophet. I agree. Next time I take anybody's drink order, I'm going to call myself a prophet. Now, let me ask you a question. Why do we have Jesus in many occasions in the New Testament referring to the law and the prophets? Why do you think that construction happened?
Why Jesus did talk about the law and the prophets?
Yeah, remember when he's questioned about what the greatest law is? And he says
Right.
the first is you love the Lord your God with all your mind, heart, and soul. And the second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang all of the law and the prophets. If all of the laws are prophetic, why wouldn't he just say all the prophets? Why does he make a distinction between the law and the prophets?
Because the law was a physical law that is just like Constitution.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
physical thing.
Yes, the law.
You see what my point?
Yeah, and how do I know what is a law and what is from a prophet?
That's the way. A prophet is somebody is predicting future.
Right.
It's going
Oh,
to say
yes,
something.
yes. It's a prediction. Okay. So when Jesus says
Right.
the law and the prophets, what is the distinguishing feature between a law and a prophecy?
Because if I'm holding a certain position, that makes me a prophet. Or
No, no,
I'm
no.
holding a certain position.
What is the distinguishing feature between the genre of law and the genre of prophecy?
That's what I'm explaining to you. There's a police officer and there's a law. So the police officer.
You're not
makes
hearing.
something to-
That's not an answer to my question. I'm talking about literary genre. When you're reading a text, how do I know if that text is part of a law code, or if that text is part of a prophetic oracle? What are the markers?
The markers is the prophetic is something that's going to take place in future.
Yes, and
Yep,
and
you
how
haven't got there
and
yet.
how does the prophet refer to the future?
By prophesying. The law.
What
is a
type of
physical
words does
Uh-huh.
the prophet use to refer to future events?
thing. That says the Lord.
He says, I'll just give you the answer since you can't comprehend the question. A prophet will say, such and such is going to happen. These are events that will take place. These are the things to look for. There are things that are going to happen. It is a prediction. Law codes aren't predicting things. Law codes are saying, this is how you should behave. Law codes by themselves are not prophetic.
My network is going crazy.
I believe that.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you better. So again, okay, I have a question.
Mhm.
Help me understand this, okay? When Moses was telling the Israelites that if you get on the land, was Moses was giving an instruction? Would Moses know that people was going to live? People already live on the land?
No, they already knew they were going to live on the land. God already told them that I'm bringing you into the land. That is a prophecy God had already delivered to them. But that doesn't mean
Right.
that there's no distinction between the law and between the prophets. And Dex with the $5 super chat says the real question deconstructed Christians want answered is who would win on a 1v1, a Bible man or Larry Boy? And I got $100 on Larry Boy, no doubt. All right, listen, Richard,
I'm listening.
I had a good time talking to you. I'm going to move to somebody else in the guest queue, okay?
No problem. Thank you so much.
All right, cheers.
Right.
Listen, sometimes there's a language barrier, and sometimes there's a competency barrier.
That was a words are hard kind of moment.
That's a tough one. Yeah. Welcome in, Dark.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. That was hard to listen to be honest.
That's a tough one. I know. Words never mean words. I get it. Dark, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you a believer?
Yes.
Sure. And are you aware that Jesus is both a liar and a fraud?
Well, I was hoping you could help me see why.
Sure. Yeah. Which one do you want to tackle first? Thank you, Brunette, for the live.
I don't know. Give me your best one.
My best one?
Yeah.
I can give you maybe my favorite one. I don't know if there is such a thing as like a best lie of Jesus.
Okay.
But I would say, for example, this is in the category of fraud. I'm going to read a passage with you. Let's go to Jeremiah 31, 15 and 16. I'll put it on the screen.
Jeremiah 31, 15, 16?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." Now, what do you know about Jeremiah? Do you know when he wrote and what he's talking about?
I don't have the dates right in front of me, so go ahead. I'll let you describe this chapter while I'm looking at it.
Yeah, so Jeremiah is writing both prior and during the Babylonian exile, when the Babylonians came up and conquered Judea and exiled most of the people in the land. And Jeremiah prophesied that this was going to happen, and he prophesied that they would come back after 70 years. And this is part of that prophecy. So he's comforting the women as they're watching their children get torn away from the homeland. It says, "A voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping." Rachel, which is it's an idiom for the mother of the children of Israel, because Rachel was the beloved wife of Jacob, Israel. It says, "Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more." Then he says, "Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They will come back from the land of the enemy." So clearly, this seems to be a prophecy saying that the Israelites are going to come back from the land of Babylon, and that you don't need to shed tears, right?
At a first glance, potentially. Keep going.
Sure. I mean, is there anything else in here that it could be about?
It appears that God seems to be promising a return to a homeland.
Yeah, after the Babylonian captivity, right?
Yep. Okay.
Right. Anything else happening here?
Keep not immediately, but let me think about where you're going. I know you're going to take me to a next step, so go ahead and just go.
Sure. Okay. So, well, it's pretty clear that this is a prophecy that was meant for Jeremiah's lifetime. The problem we have is when we go to Matthew chapter 2 and go down to, was it verse 18, if I remember correctly? When it was referring to the children in and around Bethlehem being executed, it says, "Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more." So if the prophecy was...
That's Matthew what, sorry? I'm going to look it up with you.
Yeah, Matthew 2:18.
Matthew 2:18. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So if the prophecy was about the return of the exiles from Babylon, how is it that it's being fulfilled with a bunch of babies being executed in Bethlehem?
Good question. Are you suggesting it has nothing to do with that?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense?
No, I'm saying it's a lie. It makes sense to me. The author's just making stuff up.
Okay. You're saying there is no connection between Herod killing infants in Bethlehem.
No, the prophecy is not about Bethlehem. The prophecy is about the children returning from Babylon.
Okay. One possible explanation is it seems Matthew's using this quote as part of a larger narrative strategy where he sees the events in Jesus' life as fulfilling or echoing events from Israel's history.
Yeah, but fulfilling something and being similar to something are two different things, right? So, for example, if if I travel to Egypt and come out of Egypt, that's great. I did something similar to the Israelites. I came out of Egypt, but that doesn't make it a prophecy. That just means I did something that somebody else did. A prophecy is when a prophet says, "This is what's going to happen," and then the thing happens.
So where do you see the breakdown in prophecy exactly? Because I never claimed this was a prophecy.
Right, Matthew does. Matthew claims that when the
Matthew
children...
claims where?
We just read it. Matthew chapter 2, verse 17 and 18. And we'll start in 16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just read 18. Let me pull up the whole chapter so I can see 17 and 18.
Yeah. When Herod saw that he had been tricked by the Magi, he was infuriated, and he sent and unalived all the children in and around Bethlehem who were 2 years old or under, according to the time that he had learned from the Magi. Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. So he's saying that Jeremiah's prophecy was fulfilled with the execution of the babies.
Let's see. I think I would personally suggest it's not a direct predictive prophecy.
Right, yeah.
Where Jeremiah was specifically foretelling the events in Bethlehem.
He wasn't. He was foretelling what's going to happen after the Babylonian captivity.
Okay, so we agree on that.
So we agree that Matthew's just coping here. Matthew's just making things up.
Well, it seems like he's trying to make some sort of connection and patterns between the historical events.
I'm sure he is, but he's saying that the words of Jeremiah's prophecy was fulfilled, but it clearly wasn't.
But he seems to be drawing connections between that event.
Sure he is. Did Jeremiah prophesy about the babies in Bethlehem?
Not necessarily. Some scholars say it's near Rachel's tomb is near Bethlehem. And the theme of innocent suffering is a parallel.
Yeah, I know.
Or a connection.
Yep, I know. Rachel died while they were traveling south from Hebron.
And then the motif of a natural tragedy, which involved children at both.
Yeah, I know. Whatever commentary you're reading from, I've read it 500 times. So you're not helping yourself. The problem here is that it says that the prophet Jeremiah spoke something, and then that something was fulfilled in the events of the Bethlehem executions. But that's not true, because Jeremiah didn't prophesy about the Bethlehem executions.
Well, what's the Greek word for fulfilled in this instance?
It's certainly not what you think it is. Could be teleos. I'm not sure what they used.
What do you think it is?
I could just look it up for you.
Okay, let's do it. Because it sounds like you're potentially reading the word fulfilled in one way, but let's just make sure we understand what the original language was trying to say.
Yeah, this is the one here, eplerothe, and I guarantee it's going to be in the Thayer's Greek lexicon as being fulfilled. The NASB says
like
to make full or to complete, to accomplish. Thayer's Greek lexicon lists it, let's see, to make full, to fill, or to fill up, same as the NASB concordance, so on and so forth. So it just means to fulfill something.
Yeah. So it seems that Matthew's using this as trying to bring a fuller meaning or completing a pattern.
He didn't say pattern. He says to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet. He could have said, listen, this happened to parallel what happened prior. He could have said that. If Matthew said, listen, the babies in Bethlehem were executed as a allusion or a parallel to past events, then I would say, okay, cool, yeah, fair enough. But he didn't say that. He says this happened to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet.
I mean, I feel like it's not the tightest case. If you try to understand it originally, I think What you're saying he should have said is actually what I believe he is saying.
No, what he actually said was that the babies were executed so that what had been spoken through the prophet would be completed, would be fulfilled. But the prophet didn't speak about babies in Bethlehem being executed during the time of the Messiah. He spoke about them coming back from the Babylonian captivity.
I'm reading verse 16 again just to make sure. So after they were killed, he says, this was fulfilled, spoken by the prophet.
Yeah.
After the babies were killed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And every time you read it, it's still not a prophecy. You can read it 500 times. It'll never be a prophetic fulfillment.
What is a typological fulfillment?
It's a coping method that Christians engage in because Jesus didn't fulfill any actual messianic prophecies. So they say, well, he fit a pattern. Like we see a pattern in the Old Testament, and Jesus fit that pattern, but that's garbage. I could do the same thing. I can fit 100 different patterns from the Old Testament and just call it typological fulfillment. That's not what a fulfillment actually is. A fulfillment is when a prophet says X, Y, and Z will happen, and then X, Y, and Z happens.
Okay. This is your best one.
Oh, no. Every single prophecy of Matthew reads just like this. You want to go through all of them? I've been through every single one. There's not a single prophecy that is fulfilled in Jesus that's actually a prophecy about the Messiah. Every single one is a random out of context quotation. Every single one.
No, I thought you were saying, okay, so that's your case that Jesus is a fraud.
Yeah.
I thought you said Jesus is a liar.
He's that too, yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. Want to do that one then?
Sure.
Okay, awesome.
Let's hear your best one for that.
My apps... go ahead.
A red flag for you to kind of look out for is if you continually have to question if the word you're reading actually means the thing it's supposed to mean. Because if you are, let's say you're reading the Bible in English, right?
Yeah.
And generally you are trusting that every English word that you're reading has been translated correctly. But then suddenly if you have to say, well, what about this word? Maybe the people who translated it got it wrong. They translated it incorrectly. But if that's the case, then you can't trust any of it. And so you shouldn't be reading the Bible in English at all. And then the only way you could trust it is to learn it in the original languages.
Big W, Sarah, for that.
Well, I mean, hang on. Let's talk about that for a quick second. I was suggesting, not that I wasn't knowing what the word was. I wanted to actually, since it was a point of contention, go and look in this moment to try to look at the original language to see if it sheds any light to the discussion at hand. Because reading it in English doesn't always capture the original intent of the ancient text.
Right. So what you're implying is that when it was translated into English, it lost its meaning, or it lost.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is some of the original intent, just like if you were to speak in another language right now, there is some instances where not the full meaning, but there is some nuances that can be lost in translation, I guess you could say. That's why understanding the original language does help. That's one way. Another way is trying to compare scripture with other scripture as well too, to try to see what ideas are similar or what ideas are not.
Right, but
Great.
What Sarah's saying and the comments are saying too is you're only calling into question the word that you don't like the straightforward meaning of. You're not calling into question any of the other words. Did I get that right, Sarah?
No, we just started talking 5 minutes ago. How do you know that's what I'm doing? I was just asking because I thought you brought up a good point.
Well, so you brought up fulfilled because you were wondering if the English word that was chosen, fulfilled, does it actually really mean fulfilled? Or does it mean actually something else, something different? But you didn't ask us to look up every single word in that sentence. You didn't ask us to look up all the other words because the implication is that the translators picked a slightly incorrect word. They picked a word in English that doesn't actually capture the intent of the authors, right?
I never said that, nor did I think that.
Okay,
You
so
guys
why
are
do you
kind
want
of
us to look
putting
at
that
the
onto
original
me.
language?
What's that?
So if you don't think that there's any error in the translation, then why look up fulfilled if you think fulfilled is a great translation of that word?
I never said there wasn't any errors. I said I wanted to understand a little more of that specific instance to try to better understand it. I never said anything. It sounds like you guys are putting words in my mouth.
So you wanted to better understand what the word fulfilled means, or you wanted to better understand if fulfilled means fulfilled, or you wanted to better understand if it was translated correctly?
I would look at that whole section of scripture in the original language to do a deeper dive. I just happened to pick the word fulfilled in the instant, but I'm open to looking at all the words to better understand the context.
But again, that's the point. If you have to look at all the original language, the implication being that the language you are reading it in has not captured everything that needs to be captured.
Okay, and what's the problem then?
So then the problem is, if the book that you are reading, you suspect it has not captured everything it needs to capture, how can you trust what is correct and complete in your English book as compared to what the intent of the authors were in its original language?
You would have to try to understand the original language and to have a broader context of your.
I think you cut out there. We didn't hear what you said. At least I didn't. And I think Aaron has a good point.
Phone call came through. I apologize.
That's right. Aaron, thank you for the $20 super chat, also known as Philodragon here on YouTube. He's agreeing with Sarah here. He says, why is the default position always, I must interpret the Bible favorably instead of with skepticism, just like we would do with any other text that makes miraculous claims? So it kind of gets what we're saying here, like, when we're reading the book, you're just kind of like, well, it just means what it says until we get to the part that you don't like. And then you're like, well, we need to question the meaning of that word because that's the word that's causing me trouble for my current hermeneutic.
No, it's a little unfair to say that. That's not what my intent was. I wanted to actually understand the original language to better understand the call into question. I didn't mean to just cherry pick that word. I honestly just wanted to start there and then work around. But I feel that's not fair to put that on me.
That's fair.
After 5 minutes of talking.
That's fine. You can. It's all right. Don't worry. I won't put that on you. We'll take it back. All right.
Okay, I appreciate that. I am very, very sorry. I have to take a phone call. I hope to hop back up because I would like to hear the other part of what you were going to share.
Yeah, when you get free, come back.
Your time. I'm sorry that I have to hop off. Thank you for the discussion.
Absolutely. Cheers, man. Good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Sarah, that's a very astute observation. That is the only time that they question what the book says. They only question it when they don't actually like what it says. When they like what it says, they'll stand 10 toes down, and that's what it means, right? And then they'll question, who are you to tell me what it means in the original languages? Anyways, welcome in, Woods.
Hey, I don't know if you remember talking to me over the summer. My profile name was Average Joe back then, and we talked about the secular humanist goal and all that. I actually just was hopping on to thank you because my relationship with Scripture was already in the process of changing, and it had been in the past 2 years. I look at it now as a work of literature and poetry and history, and it has mistakes, and I think some of those mistakes are human error, and some of those mistakes are people that really wanted to believe something, so they put some puzzle pieces together that weren't really there. And I think sometimes, I don't know, I wasn't there and I didn't know them personally, but I think sometimes, just like in greater in life, there are people who write things in order to deceive people deliberately. So sorry, that's my cat.
That's okay. We love cats.
Yeah. Anyway, just in short, I just wanted to thank you. And I kind of have a different type of spirituality now. I do still consider myself a Christian, but I don't think, at least Protestant Christians wouldn't consider me a
Right.
Christian.
Of the different sort. You're a critical thinking Christian who's trying to get rid of the stuff that doesn't make sense and keep the stuff that does.
Yeah. I kind of like a little bit of the Eastern Orthodox approach. They do a lot of meditating and, appreciation of art and stuff, but I haven't really gone in too deep in that either. But really, what I was noticing and what I've thought about in the past few months, and then I really have to go. I'm so tired and I got work in the morning.
Just make sure you pet the cat for us, because
Yes, of course. Yes, she's in heat.
Oh,
she followed me,
be careful how much you pet the cat.
She followed me to my door about a month ago, and I got her cleaned up. And it's so strange. She's a little over a year old, but she acts like she used to have an owner, but I don't think she did. She's like perfect. It's great. I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, love to see it.
But anyway, what I'm beginning, and this is in the past few weeks, and I'll just end with this. What I'm beginning to see about myself was this whole spirit of holiness thing. Was actually me trying to grow towards the spirit of maturity. This really basic learning I wanted to be a better person, wanted to learn how to talk to people better, how to care better, how to be a better friend. It was just really basic humanism, and holiness in my mind, or in my internal dictionary, was just trying to be a more loving person, more honest person.
Sure.
And I know this difference very quickly in the past 2 years, once this changed, when I started trying to go to church again, that my definitions of things were very different than others. And so I think it was kind of like the old saying, the straw that broke the camel's back, when I got hopped on over the summer and had that talk with you, and I just wanted to thank you. So
well, thanks for coming back and talking to us, Woods. And I appreciate the kind words, and I know sometimes like it can feel like we're beating up on people, but we're really not. I think that there's a lot of toxic parts of this book, and we've talked, Sarah, how many times have we talked to people that says, well, because the Bible says it, we have to be okay with slavery, and we have to be okay with subjugating women, and most Christians aren't willing to do what you're doing. They're not willing to say, okay, maybe we can throw that kind of stuff out. That doesn't make sense. If all Christians were like that, if all Christians were like, hey, this stuff that doesn't make sense, it shouldn't be actually be in here. Let's just cut that stuff out and do the good stuff. Like, you probably wouldn't see me up here debating Christians.
Yeah, it's there's just way too much, and I think it happened. I don't do a lot of reading, but I've picked up some bits and pieces along the way. I paid some attention in school, but I think a lot of it happened during the Great Awakening, maybe, where people just got really legalistic and really literal about things, because there's some older Christian sects like Eastern Orthodox that seem very reasonable, at least when I talk to these particular people.
Right.
So,
and Catholicism's got a few things that are reasonable too.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying Catholicism has a few things that are more reasonable than Protestant religions as well. So like they believe in purgatory, where like 99.9% of the people end up in purgatory and not hell. And hell is reserved for like the most worst irredeemable people, and that's it. That to me is a more reasonable stance than, hey, well, you didn't believe a thing, so now you suffer for all of eternity.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's wild, man. I could go on for a long time. It's been a long journey for me. I was a Messianic Jew once, or at least in that Hebrew roots movement stuff. I went to a black supremacist church for a while. That was fun. I might actually write a book, really.
I'd read it. Write the book. I'll buy it.
I was an atheist for 5 years as well, and I think that was some of the most, man, I learned a lot when I was an atheist about critical thinking skills and being a skeptic. I read The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. It actually helped me, but it had some low moments too. But anyway, man, I'll catch up with you some other time. I just wanted to thank you. I gotta crash. I'm running on empty.
All right, get some rest. It's good to hear from you.
Yep.
Big dubs for Woods. Deconstructing is hard. Sarah, you had to do it virtually alone. I basically did it alone myself. Sammy, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate that. Big W, Sammy. Yeah, like for me, it was damn near a decade, right? I was stubborn. Like every Christian that you see in here, like how stubborn they were, I was that stubborn. The only difference was...
Oh, I'm shocked. Shocked.
I was stubborn, but when the book said something, I believed that the book said the thing that it actually said. I didn't go around trying to change the meaning of the words. You know, I was more like, well, I don't like that. Let's put that on the shelf for later. We'll look at that later. Let's keep moving. I got a job to do here.
Right, cognitive dissonance.
That's
over
right.
there, please.
And then later, when I went back to really study those things, I was like, no, this is just bullshit.
It's such a hard thing to face, to actually like look at and see.
Right. I agree. It's tough because you're taught to believe something. Like you're told this is the way to believe it. But then when you read it with your own two eyes, you're like, it doesn't match the thing I was told.
Right.
Welcome in, Christian Witch.
Hi, how are you? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
I just want to say I love your content. You know, it's so enlightening, and I'm trying to help Christianity and work within the system, and it's a lot, you know.
Well, I get it. So I was there once myself. So when I was already kind of at the outer edges of my deconstruction, I was still in ministry, but I didn't believe half the nonsense. And I was like, listen, if there's something good in this book, I can use that to preach from. I could teach the kids, you know, the good things that Jesus said and kind of ignore the bad stuff. And, you know, I can like change Christianity from the inside, you know, and I still kind of believed in a God, even though I didn't really believe in the biblical God. So I thought like, well, there's enough material here to work with. I can still do something good with it. But the problem is, like, we wouldn't accept that in any other faith. Like, would we? Like, if an imam, a Muslim imam, said that, well, I don't believe any of this nonsense, but I'm going to teach it as though it were true. I'm just going to try to teach the good stuff and leave the bad stuff. Then we would call that imam crazy. We're like, listen, if you don't believe it, just get out of there, go. You have no business in here doing the thing. And so eventually I just had to be real with myself and be like, listen, if I don't believe the thing is true, why am I trying to cling on to the morsels that I like? Just get rid of it and move on with your life.
Yeah, exactly. You have a good point there. And, you know, it's like the only thing I think that's holding me on is who Jesus was in my view of things. 'Cause like, I see him as like this, 'cause, you know, the story with Barabbas and Jesus was obviously made up. Like, there was no such thing as a Passover ceremony where, you know, there was two people that were, you know, one person was freed or something. So like, my theory is that the real Jesus Barabbas, was like a fighter to try to free slaves, you know, like bring this Jubilee year. And so I guess that's the only thing that keeps me, that's the only thing that is holding me to Christianity, because the Bible they just kind of took Jesus's sayings and, like, you know, they just put it in their own context. So it's like...
Right. Well, let me ask you a question about Jesus' sayings, because this was my experience when I was deconstructed and I was still on the fringes. For me, it was like, I still kind of like the teachings of Jesus. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Jesus said some things that are really cool. The problem is the more I became familiar with the Jewish literature, the more I realized Jesus is just repeating stuff that was already in the Talmud. Like, the Jewish sages were already teaching the stuff that Jesus was teaching. So then I was kind of like, ask myself, okay, like, am I holding on to this stuff because I like it? Or am I holding on to this stuff because I think Jesus actually said it? And I was just holding on to it because I liked it, right? So if I'm holding on to these teachings just because I liked it, then what do I need Jesus for? Get rid of that guy. Just grab the teachings you like and hold on to those teachings. They bring meaning to you and they're helpful to others. And get rid of the baggage of Jesus. Jesus doesn't do anything for you.
So I have a question to ask. So, like, would you say that that we should at least honor those people who, because I guess since my framework is very much about, like, it's very economic, you know, I have a very, like, Marxist ideology. So it's like, like these figures that try to liberate the slave, the slaves, that for me, they're worth honoring in a certain sense. Do you think that I'm holding on to Jesus? Like, do you think there's a way of me honoring him without being Christian or something? Because, like, yeah.
I may not understand your question. Give me a second to recuperate. Cyber, thank you for the $10 Venmo. Cyber says, Jesus said some pretty horrible things as well. I agree. Yeah, that was for our discussion just a second ago. Yeah, Jesus did say some bad things. And I understand wanting to hold on to the good stuff because it might bring you some, I don't know, comfort might not be the word for it, but you might find some meaning or some comfort in it. You might find the instructions for your life to be valuable. But like the question I would ask is like, do you believe Jesus even said those words?
I think looking at the Q document, the Q source, because we
right,
don't have
that's the saying source, theoretical, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed, well, yeah, if it's true, and if that represents, because it kind of does have themes. It's mostly like parables and like the Lord's Prayer and stuff. So I feel like Jesus would have said that, because specifically prayers were passed down orally. And, when you say a prayer, even people today can memorize a prayer like so easily,
Yeah. Well, okay. So for example, John 17 is one of the longest prayers in the Bible, and it happens right before he's executed. Okay. So John chapter 17, he gives a whole prayer. It takes like a whole chapter to deliver the prayer. The question I would have is, who's writing this down? Jesus is praying for his disciples in private. Who wrote it, and how did they know?
Yeah, since it comes from John, and that's like towards, late 1st century, early 2nd century, it's like, I kind of don't recognize it as a source, because it's like it comes so late within the tradition, and it's
right
already when the Pauline Christianity has already kind of infected the whole movement.
Yeah, I agree.
So I feel like me and you can kind of agree on so many things, and I just wanted to present this point because Pauline Christianity is so hooked on the Bible, and it's like that's not the sort of Christianity that's healthy.
Yeah, and Pauline Christianity, I think, is, well, to be fair, I think Jesus is a little bit toxic as well, because Jesus wants you to follow the laws of Moses. And you've heard me talk about the laws of Moses. You know how bad those are.
Yeah, especially with the slavery. And it's, well,
right.
When he says the 2 commandments,
mm-hmm.
It seems like he was rejecting the laws of Moses, because Matthew wants to bring up, because Matthew comes from a very Jewish point, and so Matthew's trying to argue that he's the Messiah, so that Matthew's going to write that he's fulfilling these prophecies, and Matthew's going to write that Jesus wants us to keep kosher and follow the laws of Moses. But it seems like the historical Jesus may have been the one that said the greatest is to keep the 2 commandments, love God and love your neighbor as yourself.
Right. But now we have to ask ourselves, that's Matthew 22. Why are we saying, well, what he said in Matthew 22 is true, what he said in Matthew chapter 7 is not true? Like, how do we make that distinction?
That's a very good question. I think the whole dynamic of what was going on within the movement is this division between prophetic Judaism, as one may call it, versus priestly Judaism, in the sense that, like, the Judaism of the text, the Judaism of the rituals, the Judaism of the 613 commandments, versus the prophetic line, which is much more like, Nazarites and like kind of like people that practice their own spirituality, what I kind of call, like witches as well, you can call them. Like, the prophets were kind of much more individual people that practice spirituality. So that's the division that there appears to be. And so if to make the distinction, obviously, since Jesus was somebody that was against the priests, like against the Pharisees and the Sadducees, then he wouldn't be for the Torah in that sense.
Well,
So
you
it's
could
easy
be
to,
against the religious leaders and still be for the Torah. Like, for example, like you can, even Christians do it today. Christians would say, listen, I don't like the pastor at my church, but I'm still a Christian, right?
Mhm.
And Jesus says to the rich young ruler and also to the lawyer, he said, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And he says, keep the commandments, right?
Mhm.
So Jesus never once said that you shouldn't keep the commandments. That's something that Paul invented. In fact, the brother of Jesus, James, if you believe he wrote James, agreed with Jesus. James thinks that you should be following the law as well. Right? So I think...
I wonder if that would have included slavery or something.
Well,
Because I don't...
the law of Moses included the slavery bit. Even the 10 Commandments. The last commandment says you shall not covet your neighbor's house or your neighbor's wife or your neighbor's slaves or their donkey or their ox, right? So there's slavery even in the 10 Commandments, and women are listed as property.
Yeah, that would be a deal breaker.
Right.
I mean, if Jesus actually said, like, believed in the Torah in that sense, and
Right. So now we're constructing this view of Jesus that's not even Jewish and didn't say the things that the Bible has them saying. At what point do you just say, okay, let's throw this Bible out and just, here are the principles that I think we should be living our life by. We don't have to, like, if you have these principles, these teachings of Jesus that you find in the Bible that you like, they're compelling to you, they help you to live your life as a better person. Why can't you live your life by those principles and just throw the Bible out? You don't need all the baggage of the Bible.
you have a point. It does seem like I've gotten rid of so much so far, and I'm still holding on to that one little thing. So it's like...
And you don't have to be an atheist. Like, you can still believe in God after you chuck the Bible in the trash bin.
Yeah, because I've kind of already kind of thrown out most of the Bible, and the only thing I'm holding on to is like Q and some things in Mark. So it's like...
Right. Yeah, just throw the thing out. And if you still believe in God, that's great. We love it for you. But it sounds like you believe in a God that's healthy and meaningful, and not one that is spiteful and vengeful and sadistic. And that's what we want for people. Whether you believe in God or not, we want you to believe in a form of God that treats human beings with respect.
Exactly. You said it perfectly. Exactly. Like a liberating God,
Right.
Wow, thank you.
Well, listen, Christian, which was great to talk to you. I hope to talk to you again in the future. I'm going to get the next guy from the queue, okay?
Sounds good. Perfect.
All right, cheers. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
W. Christian Witch. Also, W. Mellow Matt. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Mellow Matt says, what's your opinion on Martin Luther? I grew up as a Lutheran, deconstructed sense, and haven't experienced other denominations. I liked some of what Martin Luther did. Like, he called out the Catholic Church on some of their most egregious practices, like collecting money to free souls from purgatory and different things like that. He was really good. He did... unfortunately, when he went to like the faith alone thing, had to start cutting out parts of the Bible because the whole faith alone thing is contradictory to some other parts of the Bible. But also he was like a super anti-Semite and was like totally okay with harming the Jewish people, which I mean, that was part and parcel for his time period. That's how most people thought. But I would expect if he was special, that he would have had beliefs about society that were better than the other people from his society. So welcome in, Stephen.
Yeah, hi, hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Stephen?
I'm fine. How are you? Good. Yeah, hi.
Doing well, thank you for asking. Stephen, are you at least 18? Stephen?
Yeah.
Stephen, are you at least 18?
I'm above. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Are you a believer?
Hello? Yeah, I'm 50. Hello?
All right, you're 50 and you're
I'm
a believer.
Catholic.
Stephen, can you get some Wi-Fi because your connection's not good?
Connection not good?
Yeah, connection's not so good. I can hear you right now. Just try not to move.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are a believer, right?
Yeah, I'm a Roman Catholic.
Gotcha. Fantastic. You're Roman Catholic. Okay. And are you aware that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
No, based on the teaching, what I had in the Roman Catholic Church, never ever I heard Jesus was a fraud or a liar. That's why when I saw your tagging heading, I come to understand why make you say Jesus was a liar. Can you please elaborate or?
Yeah, I'll take you to my favorite passage where Jesus tells a lie, although I've got a handful of them. Jesus says in Matthew 16:27 and 28, says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Now, Jesus is clearly talking about his second coming when he comes with the power of the angels, he collects everybody, and he judges them. And he says, this is going to happen while some of you standing here are still alive. But that didn't happen, and they're all dead.
Is it based on what I know? Jesus sometimes he speak in parables.
Yeah.
Or sometimes Jesus speak that people don't understand.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you? Do you have the Holy Spirit? Can you teach me the Holy Spirit understanding of this parable? Also, this is not a parable, by the way. A parable is a story that elucidates a meaning. This is a direct prophecy about the future.
Right. Let me put this text aside. When before Jesus died, he was in the temple. Okay.
Right.
He told.
Why are we putting this text aside? We're talking about this text.
Yeah. I'll get back to you. Jesus said, "Destroy this temple. In 3 days, I will rise it again."
Yeah, we know.
They don't understand. Yeah, right. I didn't say you don't know. I said that the people at that time, they don't know what it meant that time. And they questioned Jesus. They said it took 46 years to build the temple. I'm very sure they said that. It took 46 years to build the temple. But Jesus said he will rebuild it in 3 days.
Right, yes. The temple is an allusion to his body. We understand how metaphors work. What's the metaphor in Matthew 16:27 and 28?
Okay, for this thing, correct, Jesus already passed away. Everything. His disciple passed away. It must have some meaning to it.
That's what I'm asking you. If this is a metaphor, what is the metaphorical meaning?
From what I see this, I'm not too sure, because in Revelation he mentioned he's coming again.
Yes, yep.
Revelation, but it takes time. I know it didn't happen in 1000 AD. I know. We know. And also it did not happen in 2000 BC. Your time and my time is 2000 BC. I'm very sure. You were there, I was there. Jesus did not come. But in the Bible, Jesus say he doesn't know the hour. Yes, Jesus did say the time, the place, hour, he doesn't know. He did not know.
I know. He says he didn't know the hour, but he gave a cutoff. He knows. He doesn't know the exact time, but he know. Hold on, Stephen. He doesn't know the exact time. He might not know the exact day, but he knows the time frame, and the time frame is before all of his disciples have passed away.
Correct.
Okay, so did Jesus' second coming happen before all of his disciples passed away?
Based on what I read, Jesus did not come back. I agree.
So,
he did not come
okay, so that makes this a lie. Jesus said that he's going to come back and judge mankind before all of his disciples have passed away, and then he didn't do it.
Yes, according to the Bible, I didn't say you're wrong. Yes, you got a point.
Okay,
I heard you.
So if Jesus said the thing that the Bible says he said, that makes him a liar.
I did not say you're wrong. I never say you're wrong. Just that I say when Jesus speaks, there's some meaning to it. Even I cannot comprehend.
But Stephen, if it doesn't mean what it says, what does it mean? That's what I'm asking. Listen, if it doesn't mean what it says at face value, then what does it mean?
Oh my God! I just said, according to you, brother, according to Jesus is a liar. According to you, that's what you're thinking by logic. In reading the Bible, you read it.
Stephen, I'm asking for your interpretation.
Yeah.
If it doesn't
Yeah.
mean what it means on face value, what does it mean?
Fine. To you, it means Jesus is a liar.
Stephen, what does it mean to you? What is your interpretation?
Me, when I read it, and I read the books of Apocalypse, all right, I read the book Apocalypse. Jesus said he will come back. He will come back. Just that I said when I read, I also find out the time maybe is not right. The time. Because Jesus never said the time. He said the time is with his Father in heaven. His Father.
Stephen, I'm asking you what Matthew 16, 27, and 28 means. What does it mean? It has a meaning. What is the meaning?
It means that Jesus will come back when he's talking to his
When?
people. When? During his time.
During when?
He will come back when during all his disciples is alive.
Yes.
He will come back in glory.
Yes.
I read it, brother.
And did that happen?
I just said it never happened.
Then it's a lie. Thank you. So the passage clearly contains a lie.
All right? Fine. Now, did God see anybody?
I
God
think that's a W concession. Although Professor Pink has a really good insight on the YouTube chat. It says Jesus isn't necessarily lying, although that's one possibility. It isn't the only one. Yeah, you're right. It's possible that none of this was actually uttered by Jesus, and so Jesus isn't a liar because this is all made up.
Yes. Yes. I didn't call Jesus a liar. It would be blasphemy for me, according to my religion. I cannot say, hey, look, Jesus lie.
Wait, why are you, when you look at the text and you're like, listen, this text has a lie in it, then why are you forcing an interpretation that says I can't say the thing is what it is?
Based on the church teach, Jesus already said there's a time. Time, but he doesn't know the time.
But he says when.
When? Did Jesus say when? The hour? No.
Yeah, he says some of you standing here will not taste death. Some of them will be alive.
Yes,
he says
I
something
agree.
similar in Matthew chapter 24, Luke 21, and Mark chapter, was it 13?
Yes, Jesus did say that.
Okay,
I never said
so it's a
Jesus-
lie.
Right, fine. You win in that point. You win in that
Fantastic.
point.
One down. Now,
that's right, you win.
let's talk about how he was a fraud.
How can Jesus be fraud? Did anyone sin God?
Well, thank you. Listen, you literally just brought up, I was going to move on to the fraud topic, and you just added another lie told by Jesus. You added the lie found in John 1:18, and I wasn't going to bring this up, but now I have to because you brought it up. So Jesus says in John 1:18 and John 6:46 that no man has seen the Father except for himself. I'll put it on the screen. It says, not that anyone has seen the Father except for the one who is from God. He has seen the Father. And then he says in John 1:18, no one has ever seen God. It is only the Son himself. So by this passage, these passages, we would rightly conclude then that nobody has seen God, right?
Did Moses see God?
I'm asking you, according to these two passages, has anyone ever seen God?
Impossible. Nobody has seen God.
Fantastic. So then we can just go to Exodus chapter 24, where it says Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank. So
I don't think that's God. No.
Oh, so the text is lying. When it says that they beheld God, it doesn't mean that they beheld God.
That context, I think, is Jesus. It's
Does,
not God.
does it say Jesus or does it say God?
All right. There's one Matthew, the Transfiguration.
What about
I
it?
don't think Moses see God. Peter, James, and John. Oh my God, I don't have my Bible here. Transfiguration on the mountain.
Yeah, it's
Nobody
Matthew
has said that.
17. Mm-hmm.
17, 1 to 20, 22.
Yep.
I don't have my Bible here.
I can put it up for
Can
you.
just- Yeah, thank you. Let's share, if you don't mind.
Sure. What about the Transfiguration makes Exodus 24 go away?
My screen is so small, brother. Can you put it up there? Can read. Sorry.
Yep, 6
Yeah,
days.
Transfiguration.
6 days after his false prediction from chapter 16, it says Jesus took with him Peter and James and his brother John and led them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became bright as light. Suddenly there appeared to them Moses and Elijah talking with them. What does this have to do with Moses and the 70 elders of Israel on the mountain?
Can you continue down some more? Okay, I got it.
Yep. Then
14,
Peter said to
20.
Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, I will set up 3 tents here, one for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah.
Okay, continue. Sorry. Can you continue down?
While he was still speaking, suddenly a bright cloud overshadowed them, and a voice from the cloud said, This is my son, the beloved, with whom I am well pleased. Listen to him.
Yes.
You didn't say anything
When
yet.
Jesus brought Peter, James, and John, disciple James and John.
Yep, they were on a
When
mountain,
Jesus went to the mountain, on the mountain,
and they saw Jesus.
they saw Jesus, not God. They saw
Yes,
Jesus.
and does Moses does Exodus say that Moses saw Jesus, or does it say that he saw God?
Moses with Jesus, but Moses never see or talk or see the face of God or Jesus face to face.
He
Show me
does.
where
In
Moses said, "I
Exodus
saw
32:11 says that he talked to Moses as a man speaks to his own friend. I'll just read it for you. Exodus 32:11. I believe it's Exodus 32:11.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Says
Okay,
no, it
fine.
wasn't
We go
Exodus
to-
32:11. 33:11. Sorry, Exodus 33:11. My memory was failing me.
Moses
In
saw
my
God face
in
to
my
face.
old age, it's hard to remember all the verses.
I'm 50.
Thus,
Brother, I'm 50.
thus the Lord.
Let's go.
I'm over the hill. I'm over 40 now. Thus saith the Lord. I'm sorry. Thus the Lord spoke. I'm sorry. I got to start from the beginning. Thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. Oops. Okay. So
Thus the Lord
Moses
used
and the 70 elders of Israel and the 2 sons of Aaron and Aaron all saw God. Says they did. And so did Abraham. Abraham saw God in Genesis chapter 18.
So that's how you put in context that Jesus was a liar and a fraud.
No,
Based on-
this is about him being a liar. We haven't got to the fraud part yet.
Yeah. I was saying that's how you put that Jesus was a liar.
That's a good point, Eric. Yeah. Adam saw God as well. And you know who else saw God? Enoch. You know who else saw God? Elijah.
Okay.
A lot of people saw God.
But in the Bible, all right, I wrote down the notes. I go back to my church later. I won't mention your name. You don't have to worry.
You can mention my
Let me
name.
see what they
I mean, heck, you can
Yeah.
even bring your your priest on here. I think most priests actually agree with me. Jesus Tales, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jesus Tales says, Jesus, son of Nun, Elisha, and Jesus of Nazareth received the Spirit from Moses, Elijah, and John the Baptist at the Jordan. Yeah, that's all fiction. Sorry, Jesus Tales. But you're welcome to join our TikTok stream and debate me, though. So anyways, oh, shoot. Cyber, thank you for the Venmo. Cyber says, The brother of Jared in the BOM got screwed. He only saw a finger. Yeah, the Book of Mormon. Yeah, the brother of Jared. Yeah, in the Book of Mormon. Yeah. God, we've got to do more on the Book of Mormon. That's such a wild book. I'm actually reading through it right now. And actually, Sarah already knows. I've actually got one.
You're reading it?
I'm reading the whole thing. Okay. We're taking Joseph Smith down a peg. All right. We're not gonna be no sister wives around here.
Damn it.
So let's talk about the fraud part. We already know Jesus was a liar, but how is he a fraud? Well, this is actually quite easy. First of all, he's a fraud because he's a liar. That literally is what frauds do, is they lie. But the other thing is that he purported to be the Messiah, and he clearly wasn't. He was just a blaspheming heretic. Now, what does the Old Testament say that the Messiah is going to do when he comes? Do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's it
He'll
say?
be the king. Yeah. He'll be like a king of Israel.
Sure.
He'll be strong and powerful. And something like he'll be their leader, or he take the entire nations of Israel under his arm.
Yeah. Did he do any of those things?
In your context, he feel right. Based on the Bible, based on the Bible.
That's what I'm asking. Did he do any of those things that you just said? Stephen, you're breaking up again. While you're getting your connection figured out, I'll read the next super chat. Jesus Tales with the $5 super chat. I want to make sure I'm reading it slowly because it sounds crazy to me. Jesus Tales says the Transfiguration is about the masters who had prior Jesuses as assistants. Mark is shouting to the reader about prior Jesuses in Jewish literature. I have literally no idea what you're talking about, Jesus Tales. I'm sure you mean well by your comment. I have no idea what you're talking about. There were, in fact, prior Jesuses, though. Jesus of Nazareth wasn't the first Jesus. But Stephen, I have literally no idea what you're referring to. But let me go to one of my favorite prophecies that Jesus was a fraud and a liar about. Rusty, thank you for the live. I appreciate that. We're going to go to Luke chapter 4. I'll put it on the screen for everyone to read. This Jesus directly quotes a prophecy and claims that he's fulfilling it. It says, when Jesus came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found in the place where it was written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, and to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. Now, based on this reading, would I be right to assume when I go to this prophet in the Old Testament, it's going to be talking about what the Messiah is supposed to do? I think we lost Stephen. Sarah, am I saying something crazy here? It sounds like Jesus is saying that a prophet is talking about what the Messiah is going to be, right?
Absolutely. Yep. It sure does.
Stephen, are you still with us? Did the Lord take him?
Oh, there he goes.
And he's gone. The Lord took him. The Lord took him. Well, we'll finish that for the people who don't already know this spiel, because I've given it a lot of times, but not everyone's heard it. If you just go to Isaiah 61, you have to actually type in Isaiah. Sorry, I forgot that. What you'll find is that this is not a prophecy about the Messiah. It's a prophecy about the deliverance from the Babylonian captivity. It says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, so on and so forth. And then what? Then it says, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of a faint spirit. They will be called the oaks of righteousness, planting of the Lord to display his glory. They will build up the ancient ruins, and they will raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations. Strangers will stand and feed your flocks. Foreigners will till your land and dress your vines, but you shall be called priests of the Lord, so on and so forth. This is clearly a restoration prophecy about the Babylonian captivity and what's going to happen when the exiles return. It has nothing to do with the Messiah. Jesus, again, is just a huge phony.
I feel like I was trying to think when I was a Christian, how did I deal with that? And I feel like at some point thinking like, well, Jesus is kind of allowed to change the meanings of things, right? So like Jesus picked that up, and maybe the people at the time didn't know that that's what it meant, but like Jesus is explaining, oh no, you didn't know that this was a messianic prophecy, but ta-da, it actually is.
Right. Yeah. So, Philo Dragon's asking for the verse again. That was Luke chapter 4 and Isaiah 61. So, welcome in, Aaron.
Yeah, hey.
So, if we go to Luke chapter 4, we'll find not only did Jesus misapply the actual prophecy, but he misquoted it as well. We can cover that in a second. He didn't even say it right. So he says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me, so on and so forth. Then he says, he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. The eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. But that scripture literally couldn't have been fulfilled in his hearing, because it's about how the cities of Israel are going to be built back up again after the Babylonian captivity. Also, Johnny, thank you so much for the 666 over Cash App. Big W, Johnny. I appreciate that. W666, Hail Satan. Johnny, good to see you, man. Guys, if you're not following Johnny, you might want to. He's a tattoo artist. I won't want to give his location, but you'll figure it out if you go to his profile. If you need a tattoo, Johnny's your guy. I might get a tattoo one day, but I don't know what I want.
Do it.
Eventually I will. I need to figure out what I want first, because I feel like no matter what I pick, I'm going to look at it like 15 years and be like, what do you do that for? Why do you put that there? What are you doing?
That's why I've never gotten one, because I can't figure out something I would want forever.
Yeah. All right, guys. Here's what we need. We're out of Christians to talk to. We need to tap the screen like crazy and try to juice the algorithm. You're right. I should get a tattoo of Doug. I think that's a good idea.
Oh my God. Where would you put it?
I don't know. I've got stones, but I don't want to get a tattoo anywhere near them. Mellow Matt with the $2 super chat says, didn't God come down as a naked dude and wrestle? Matt, you're referring to when Jacob wrestled Elohim, also called an angel by the prophet Hosea. And I don't know if he was naked, but it was kind of at a river crossing. And if you know anything about river crossings, they tend to strip down when they're crossing the river. In fact, we've got ancient Assyrian reliefs. Actually, let me find it. Hold on.
If anyone wants animal content, let me see if I can.
All right. Here's a relief that is currently in the British Museum. Let me reject all these cookies first. There we go. I'll put it on the screen. This is an ancient Assyrian relief of a guy crossing a river. And what you'll notice is that he doesn't have anything on. He's in his birthday suit. That's it. So, Ruby! Big W, Ruby.
Say hi.
Big W for Ruby.
There's Rubes.
Yeah. Was he naked when he wrestled with the angel? We don't really know. I don't think the text points towards that, but there's enough contextual clues that it is semi-possible. But it happened in the middle of the night, right? Which means he was probably clothed. He was probably, probably not naked. But listen, it makes for a great story when you're like, hey, let's look at some of these secondary clues and take some guesses. Anyways, big W for Ruby. So guys, we've got 400 people in here. We got about 200 people over on YouTube. What we don't have are any opposition. We've got no opposition right now.
You're just too good, Justin. No one wants to face you.
That's what it is. The reality is TikTok, after my last ban, stopped sending my profile out to non-believers. It's going to take a while for TikTok to get their stuff fixed. But while we're doing that, maybe we should you guys want to do a little bit of trivia?
Well, I have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So before I ask the question, and this is a question I wanted to ask somebody who is a master in the Bible like you are for a very long time.
I don't know if I'm a master, but I've read it at least.
But really quick, before I do that, what's the passage is it Isaiah that links the passage in Luke 4? What's that one?
Oh, it's Isaiah 61, verses 1 and part of 2.
Okay, so Isaiah 61. Okay, good.
Man.
Okay, so here's my question. When you look at the New Testament, the words that you see Jesus wrote and the things that he said, let's just take it at face value, right, that he said those things and stuff, and specifically referencing the life that he allegedly wanted followers to live, right? I even wonder this as a Christian. So in your reading of the text, do you think that the life that Jesus allegedly wanted his followers to live was radically different from the life that a normal person would live? Or is it just be saved and believe and you're good?
Yeah, so as far as I can tell from the scriptures, Jesus was more of a marginal Jew. He more or less believed in the moral framework that is provided by the Old Testament, which is why he reaffirms it every chance he gets, although he wants to tweak it a little bit as well every now and then. But overall, he's perfectly okay with Judaism. His problem is with the Jewish leaders. He doesn't think that the Jewish leaders are doing things appropriately, just like how Jeremiah chastised the Jewish scribes when he was alive. Jeremiah referred to the lying pen of the scribes changing scripture, right? And he chastised the Jewish leaders. So it's always like the role of a prophetic figure is to shake things up and to degrade the leadership and accuse them of doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But how do you know if somebody in the Jewish community is doing something improper? You compare it to the law of Moses. That's your standard, right? The law and the prophets. So that being said, Jesus probably looked like one of the Jews from the Qumran community, where they believed all the stuff about Moses, that they believed in a Messiah that was coming, but they also believed more specifically what the Essenes sects believed in, which is that there is specifically going to come a Messiah who is going to come riding on the clouds, like it says in Daniel chapter 7, and there's going to be a great battle, and then all the nations of the earth are going to come together and fight against each other, which is kind of echoed in Zechariah chapter 12. And he's like, but really latching more onto this apocalyptical theme. And there is reason to believe that apocalypticism was popular in early Judaism at the time of Jesus, but it wasn't really popular among the Jewish elites, among the people that were on the Sanhedrin. For example, the Sadducees didn't even believe that anything in the Old Testament was authoritative except for the first 5 books of Moses. So even the people on the Sanhedrin at the time of Jesus didn't accept the majority of the Old Testament books as being authoritative. They believed the same thing that you find in the Sumerian Pentateuch, that is when the revelation stopped. The revelation stopped with Moses, and all the prophets after that don't count. So there's definitely a diversity of Jewish thought in the first century. Jesus is definitely on the side that believes all of the Old Testament and also all of the apocalyptical literature, like what you find in Daniel, a little bit of what you find in 2nd Esdras, that's in the apocryphal text. So if you have a Bible that contains the Apocrypha, He quotes directly from the apocryphal works, as does the other New Testament authors. Both Jude and 2 Peter quote directly from the book of Enoch, and we've got other quotations from Esdras. And the apocalyptical literature that we get in the New Testament about the final end times, people being thrown into the fiery pit, all that stuff, that we don't find that in the Bible. All of that comes from the apocryphal books, and you can look to 2nd Esdras and the book of Enoch for those direct quotes. You'll find them in there. That's why I try to get everybody, when they ask me what Bible to buy, I say, get yourself the annotated study Bible. I've got the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. Mine's the augmented 3rd edition, but the 5th edition's already out. I've got that one too. The 3rd's still my favorite because they don't give a damn. The third edition, they were just saying things, and whether they made Christians mad or not. By the time they got to the 5th edition, they toned things down a little bit and said maybe we shouldn't be pissing off the Christians.
The thing that I'm actually thinking about, and forgive me if I word this incorrectly, but the thing that I have in mind here is sort of like these passages you have, like in Matthew 6, Matthew 16, well, Matthew 6 and 7 and 16 and 20, where Jesus, and I used to quote this as a Christian. Did you ever run into these traveling Christians that would, like, basically they sold everything and they're just like, they're saying, hey, listen, this is what it says. Jesus says to sell all your possessions. You have to live a radically different life. You have to come out from among them. You can't be like them. So if you're a Joel Osteen Christian, you're going to hell. Yeah. Right? So that's what I'm wondering, is asking, like, in your estimation, when you read these passages, do you think that the Jesus back then was essentially telling people, if you want to be my follower, you have to live a radically different life than you're living, otherwise you're toast, you're done? Well,
yes and no. He was somewhere between that and formal Judaism. Before we continue this, I got 2 super chats I don't want to miss because they're really good too. But Mellow Matt, thank you for the super chats. Mellow Matt says, also kind of annoyed that Jesus cursed the fig tree, and which is followed up by, maybe the cross was made from a fig tree. Karma. So good. That Jesus knew what was coming. Damn fig tree.
Got him back.
Got him back. Fig tree won, guys. The fig tree won. So Jesus was not as extreme as some of the sectarian views, like John the Baptist. Okay, so I don't know if you've read the Dead Sea Scrolls. I was putting together an article that I never finished for publishing because I don't think anyone's going to read it, but there is a Dead Sea Scroll called the Community Rule, right? And let me grab it. In fact, I'll pull a copy of it up on the screen.
I love that you asked if we've read the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Sorry.
Really?
So,
maybe some people have.
Somebody has. There's one referred to as the Community Rule, and it's got all the rules that you need to abide by if you're living within the community. And some of the rules are really strict. They had rules even on like when you needed to bathe, how many times you needed to bathe. In fact, that's why a lot of people think John the Baptist was so into baptizing, because the Qumran sect was full of these baths called mikvahs. And they believed it was very important to continuously be bathing yourself because you're literally washing away the impurities, and the impurities are akin to sin. Jesus, I don't think, had that extreme of a view. Like, and there was other things too. Like, for example, if you said something to a particular person that was an elder, and the elder didn't like it, like if you just disagreed with them, even in the most mildest tone, you can be put into a shunning. You'd be shunned for like 2 weeks to a month, right? Or but there's a bunch of crazy rules at Qumran, and they were wearing sackcloth, and they were eating locusts, and they were bathing, multiple times a day. It was a very extreme cult. Jesus doesn't appear to be that extreme, but he's definitely more extreme than mainstream Jewish teaching at the time period, because remember in Mark chapter 7, Jesus is chastising them for not following Deuteronomy 21. Jesus doesn't like the oral law. He doesn't like the law that the Pharisees are telling people to keep, which was essentially laid down in Perikei Avot in the Talmud. You can read their explanation for why they believe in the oral law. Like they say, well, God told Moses at the mountain to keep this oral law as a fence around the actual law. And so Jesus didn't like that. He's like, no, we don't need no oral law, but you do still need to follow the law of Moses. So he was like mainstream Judaism in terms of the Old Testament, but not mainstream Judaism in terms of the oral law. He didn't believe in that.
Okay, so I guess the other question would be like, what do you make of the passages like in Matthew 6 and 7 and 16, where he tends to like hint at like these ideas of like you need to give up your current life and like pick up your cross and follow me, right? Like that seems pretty radical, right? Like you can't just be a Joel Osteen Christian. It's like anybody who's a Joel Osteen Christian, I mean, from the way I read it, you're going to hell.
No, I agree. Yeah, like when you look at his teachings about who actually gets to be his disciple, he is extreme. You have to give up everything to follow him, and that's not something you would have expected for somebody who was just like a mainstream Jewish teacher. Whereas Jesus seems pretty clear that not only is it my way or the highway, but if you're not with me, you are against me. And he says, he who does not sow scatters. There's no in between. You're either with him or you're his enemy. And that type of thinking wasn't necessarily, that wouldn't have been a viewpoint of like the Jewish rabbis of the day. They would have said disagreement is healthy. In fact, if you read the Jewish Talmud, half of the Talmud is just the rabbis disagreeing with each other. Disagreement was a part of the process,
Okay, yeah, this comes to mind a lot because we talk about, right, when we're debating with these apologists and stuff, they begin to get arrogant, they begin to get rude and stuff, and I just think this is completely against what you claim to believe. You're saying that you want to follow Jesus, but yet you're acting in like every way that's like against Galatians chapter 5. What's up with that?
Yeah. Well, they don't want to follow Jesus. Christians want to follow Paul. And not even all of Paul. They want to follow part of Paul. Right? They want to follow the part of Paul that says you don't have to do the law of Moses anymore. But they don't want to follow the part of Paul where it says that you need to love everybody, and that he says that you should be outdoing one another in showing love. Your goal should be to see who can outdo each other in acts of kindness. They don't like that part.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't met one preceptor that has the fruit of the Spirit.
No, preceptors don't. Well, while we're here, I think we got another Christian in the box. Let me bring him in.
I'll drop down.
Justin, I'm gonna go to bed.
I know. I'm going here in about another 45 minutes too. Sarah, it's good to see you. Guys, make sure you're dropping Sarah a follow.
I appreciate the time.
So you're not going live tonight?
Not tonight.
Okay.
Tomorrow night.
All right, tomorrow night. All right, guys, make sure you're ready tomorrow night to see Sarah. I won't be live, but I'll be chirping in Sarah's comments, probably shouting at people. It'd be a good time.
Thanks.
All right, have a great night. Pet Ruby.
Will do.
Hey, Justin, how you doing tonight?
Good. How you doing, Curious Guru?
So far, so good. One, sorry, kind of disappointed. I'm not Christian. I'm Buddhist, but I'm sorry, but
Buddha though.
Yes. I actually had a few questions for you because I was curious about like getting more into your background. Have you ever looked into like Gnosticism? And if you have, what are your thoughts on that perspective of the Bible?
Yeah, so Gnosticism to me is interesting. So a long time ago, I read the Gnostic texts, specifically the ones from Nag Hammadi. And when I was much younger, I read some of the I don't know if we want to call them Gnostic, but they're definitely apocryphal New Testament texts, like the infancy Gospels. The most popular among them is probably the infancy Gospel of James, also known as the Proto-Evangelism of James or the Proto-Evangelium. And so, like, I did read these things, but they don't strike me as being believable because, like, they contain wild stories. And it's not that the New Testament doesn't contain wild stories, but it's like they added to it. And there's in the Acts of Paul and Thecla, there's a point in which like Peter and Paul and Simon Magus get into like a wizard's duel, and Peter is quite literally like levitating and flying around in midair.
Avada-kedavra.
Exactly. And so like the stories get a little more preposterous once you get into the apocryphal texts of the New Testament, which, you know, when it's like fan fiction and nobody's there to check you. That's the thing about the apocryphal works. Remember, they were really popular in Egypt. The Nag Hammadi library was discovered in the Egyptian desert. These were texts that were popular among non-Jewish Christians for the most part. And they weren't going to be like, well, let me go to my Old Testament and see if this makes sense. Or, you know, like they were people on the fringes, right? So it'd be like, for example, you ever meet Buddhists from America?
Yeah.
You notice that
for myself too.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
American
We do what we
Buddhists
can.
are typically of a different variety than the Buddhists that you would get from the East.
Yeah, wildly different.
Right.
That's for sure.
It was the same thing among the Gnostic texts. The Gnostic believers were they believed in like the core message, kind of, right? But they were pretty drastically different. And in fact, they didn't even believe that Jesus was necessarily God. They believed Jesus and the God of the Old Testament were different. And that's because the Old Testament God seems so radically different than the New Testament Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, when I was looking into it too, quite a while ago. I've studied probably like 13 different religions, but the Eastern religions have a humongous amount of texts to go through. It's like a big philosophy journal from hundreds and hundreds of years. But I know that it's more of an esoteric kind of way. Also, kind of makes sense of why the God in the Old Testament is kind of a huge dick. And also, I think it has more of the pagan roots from that area. And it kind of got mixed in with the culture and then kind of spun off into the Abrahamic religions after that. So I was curious about your thoughts on it, if you thought it's maybe more relevant than our crazy understanding of the Bible and how contradictory it is and everything like that, and how Jesus and the God have different moral values generally.
Yeah. Well, I would categorize the Gnostic believers in the same camp as I would place any other Christian. To me, I think so. A lot of people, like Christians, will say, "Well, the Gnostics aren't real Christians." That's bullshit. The Gnostic people believe primarily the same stuff that the other people believe, just with some slight variations. And they'll say silly things like, "Well, they've got a different set of texts that are authoritative." Well, so what? There's no such thing as an official authoritative canon. Like all the Christian sects have different canons. The Ethiopian canon is different than the Orthodox, and that's different from the Greek Orthodox, and that's different from the Russian Orthodox, and that's different from the Catholics, and that's different from the Protestants. So yeah, the Gnostics do have a slightly different set of authoritative texts, but everybody has a different set of authoritative texts. But they're approaching the texts that they have, and they're saying, okay, what does it mean? And they're coming up with a different idea of what the texts mean than, they're coming up with a different idea of what the texts mean than the other Christians. That doesn't mean they're wrong. But to me, it's all fiction. That's like if one group of people is reading Batman and another group of people is reading Batman, and you're like, well, which group is right? I'm like, well, neither one of them are really right. They're both wrong. Batman's not real. It's just a comic book character.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it was just interesting read to like get into and actually like start learning, like, because you don't want to close off your perspectives to everything. You kind of want to learn, dabble into a lot of different things to really solidify your personal thoughts and not have someone tell you what to think, but actually think for yourself. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. And also another question: what is like when was the date of like one of the oldest manuscripts they have for the Abrahamic religion?
The oldest manuscript period is two little silver amulets. They're referred to as the Ketef Hinnom scrolls. I'll pull them up real quick. And they're basically these little amulets that you would wear around your neck. And they were they're supposed to like protect you and keep you safe. There was a blessing from the Book of Numbers inscribed on it. That's kind of what the amulets were for back in those days. And they're from about the 6th century to the 5th century BCE. So, for example, the Book of Numbers is purporting to tell events that are happening in the 15th century BCE. So these are 1,000 years later. But this is one of them here. And this is basically what it looks like. And it's written, you can see the text is written in Paleo-Hebrew script. So that would be pre-exile. And then you've got the exilic Aramaic block text here of what it says for people who can read modern Hebrew. So, again, the oldest text we have for the Abrahamic faith is 1,000 years after the events. Not a great number.
No, yeah. I was just thinking, like, comparing it to like the Vedas and stuff like that, like how much older like the Vedas are in comparison. I know it's much older, but I was curious about.
Yep. And some of the Greek texts, like the writings of Homer, some of those go all the way back. They've been dated to the 800s, but unfortunately the manuscripts themselves aren't that old. The oldest Greek manuscripts we have don't go back to the 800s, but there's good reason to believe that the manuscript traditions, the textual traditions that the Greeks had, originated in the 800s or in the 9th century. To be fair, though, that doesn't mean that none of the stuff in the Old Testament is true. Like we know, like we have references to King David and some of the tribes of Israel from ancient times. For example, the Mesha Stele references the tribe of Gad, and it references the house of Israel and the house of David. The Tel Dan Stele references King David. The Merneptah Stele from Egypt references the Israelites at a pretty early period. I think that was the 12th or the 10th century, somewhere in there. Who knows? I forget when the Merneptah Stele was put up. So we've got references in the ancient world to some of these people groups. But do we know anything about them? Like the story in the Bible, do we know that those stories are accurate? They're probably not. They're probably legendary texts that might have a kernel of historical truth, and then the rest is kind of like mythologized. The same way, like, think about George Washington. We know some things about George Washington, but did he cut down a cherry tree? Probably not. That seems to be a fable, right? So,
yeah, you need to make some tea somehow.
That's right. Yeah.
And I was under the impression, it's been a while since I looked at the more Abrahamic stuff. The current conception of the Bible was made between, like, was it 90 to 200 years after Jesus' death? Is that right?
Yeah, the Gospel of Mark probably was written most likely a collection, maybe written by John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas, according to the book of Colossians. I love the comments. Tony Vinny says, the host makes great points, just think he's missing the message in a way. Tony, get up in the guest box and tell me what I'm missing. I'd love to hear it, because I've been doing these debates for well over a year, and not a single Christian has ever been able to tell me what I'm actually missing. They always say that there's context that I'm missing, and then I ask them for the context. They can't give it to me. I'm not reading the passage right, and then I ask them, okay, well, read it right for me. Tell me what it's supposed to say, and then they can't tell me what it's supposed to mean.
Little do they know, you know Greek and Hebrew.
They have literally no idea. Absolutely no idea what's happening. They're just repeating things that they've heard somebody else say. But listen, Guru, thanks for coming up. I've got somebody else in the guest box. I'm going to get them cycled in. But
have a good night, man.
Thanks for being here, man.
The talk. Yeah, thank
Cheers.
you. Cheers.
Oh boy, We need some opposition, guys. TikTok has still got me in TikTok jail. They're not pushing me out to anybody who's not on my followers list. It's just a bunch of followers in here. I'm gonna have to put a list of Christians together for the next live to have us endlessly send a live to them or something. Welcome in, Liz.
Hey, I don't mean to disappoint.
I know.
I'm not opposition.
I know you're not. Don't worry.
I just want to ask a question because I guess I'm agnostic or omnious. I don't know. I just believe not the Bible, but we're all maybe connected to something. I don't know, but I'm still trying to figure it out like everybody else. But I have a question about, do you know anything about the Sumerian tablets?
Which ones?
The ones that are the ones with the ones on the cuneiform on the clay tablets that basically kind of has all the stories of the Bible in them, but just in little Ninki and all that stuff.
Well, I think you're probably referring to the Babylonian tablets, and as it happens, I've got a copy of most of them in English right here. This little book here is something you can get online for free. If you get the hard copy, it's a little pricey, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. It's the Ancient Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard. There are bigger anthologies of this text that you can get. This is
bigger than that.
Oh yeah, yeah. So there's a newer series that does something similar to what this is doing, and it's referred to as the Context of Scripture. I believe the general editor of the COS, or the Context of Scripture series, is still William Halo. He is like the professor emeritus of Old Testament and Semitic languages at Denver Seminary, I believe, unless he's retired by now. But anyways, that text, that's a whole collection of texts. Like you need like $700 to buy that series. And I'm not doing that. So, but anyways, they have all of the ancient Near Eastern texts as well in English that you can read. And they even have it divided by people group, time period, and things like that. So the Babylonian texts parallel greatly with the first 11 chapters of Genesis. For example, the garden scene, definitely something that we see in the Babylonian text. The idea that there's a tree of life and that the snake is going to rob people of the plant of immortality. Definitely see it in the Babylonian text. The two most striking examples are in the Gilgamesh epic. In the Gilgamesh epic, he goes across the Sea of Death, has to dive down into the Sea of Death to pluck a plant down off the bottom of the sea, and he brings it up, and it's the plant of immortality. He got this knowledge from Utnapishtim, the only other immortal to ever live. But he exhausted and half dead, obviously. He sets it down by the shore. He sits down to catch his breath, and a serpent comes along and steals the plant from him, so he never gets his immortality. And there's another story that's vaguely similar. It's called Inanna and the Hapulu tree, where Inanna kind of receives this tree as a gift from the deities. It's like this very special divine tree that a river flows through it and everything. But a snake burrows deep into the tree and ruins it. It ruins it at the roots. And so the snake robs Inanna of her sacred tree. And so we've got
damn snake.
I know, it's these damn snakes. Snakes are all over the ancient Near East.
Snakes on a fucking plane, man.
Yeah, the snakes on a plane. Snakes on a motherfucking plane. Listen.
Why do we have so much beef with snakes?
So snakes in the ancient world were like, they were these weird creatures. Anything that was weird and unordinary, they assumed must have been the working of God. Like God must have had a good reason for this. So for example, the number 7, everyone thought the number 7 was special because they worked on a base 60 divisional system. Everything, like we're on base 10. So we think of dividing things by 10 or dividing it by 100.
Because they would count on each knuckle, right?
Yeah, they would count on the creases of their fingers.
That's what it was, yeah.
And that adds up to 12. And then you do enough 12s, you get to 60. And what you discovered is when you're doing math on base 60, the math is really easy because it turns out there's a lot of stuff that is divisible into 60. But what you find is the first number that is not completely divisible by 60 is the number 7. So you can divide 60 by 2, easy, whole number. You can divide 60 by 3, easy, whole number. Same for 4, same for 5, same for 6. But you get to the number 7, and it's the first number in the numeric sequence that is not actually divisible into 60. In fact, not only that, it's got a repeating remainder. The remainder doesn't even finish off. And so 7 became kind of this interesting mystical number for them. They're like, how the fuck does this thing not divide?
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
So
I learn something new up here every day.
That was God's number. That's his special number.
Because it just didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So
you can't explain something, it's God.
Yeah, snakes were that weird thing. They were the number 7. They're like, why do we have this weird animal that has no legs? It burrows in the ground. Like, no other animal is like this. It must have been cursed by God. This snake who eats the dust of the earth, lives in the ground, and doesn't even have legs. We hate this thing. It's evil. It sneaks up on us. It's killing everything. This must be an evil entity. This must be a terrible animal. Why would God curse this animal? Well, let's tell you a story about it.
Wow, that's interesting. So what is your take on them? Like, aren't they, is it true that they're like 4,000, like, well, they're 4,000 years old, so what, they predate the Bible by what, 2,000 years or something? So is the Bible just a plagiarized version of kind of those texts?
A little bit. The first 11 chapters, my take on it, is that a lot of these were penned originally while they were in Babylon. And they wanted to put down their own twist on history. So Babylon had origin stories. They had narratives for how things are the way they are. And they learned about these origin stories while they were captives in Babylon. In fact, we've got ancient scribal tablets from Babylon from where Semitic people that were transplanted from Israel were in the same scribal schools as the Babylonians, learning their language and repeating their mythologies. So we know for a fact that they were learning the Babylonian mythologies while they were in exile. And so they adopted some of these Babylonian beliefs, but when they went to go write their own narrative, they said, listen, everyone, we agree, this is history. There was a garden, there was a flood, there was a tower, but it didn't happen the way you think it happened. Let me tell you how it really happened, right? And so in the first 11 chapters of Genesis, what we really have are the Jewish people kind of reworking these rather universal stories that everyone believed in, except for some of the Egyptians. Everybody else believed in these things, but they reworked them in a way that was that made sense of their own religious beliefs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like okay. So kind of what Christianity did to paganism, kind of just blended together.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. And that's what the Jewish people did a lot. They said, listen, there are these observations, these are these things that were known about the universe, right? We knew about the flood. Everybody talked about the flood, right? So listen, we're not saying there wasn't a flood. There was a flood. But let me tell you why the flood actually happened, because the reason why you said it happened is different than the reason we said it happened. And so the Jewish people are remaking some of these Babylonian tales to better comport with their own belief system.
Yeah, because if you have some history to back it up, you can make it more believable.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've just always been, like, I've just started kind of dabbling in it, but then I'm like, this just sounds like Bible stories too, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
what in the world?
Do me a favor, go on archive.org sometime. And
I do, yeah.
Get the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard. If you can't find it there, DM me and I will email you a copy of it. I have a PDF copy.
Awesome. Yeah, because I'm probably going to forget his name, and I already have.
Right.
William Pritchard something.
Yeah, James
I have
Pritchard.
ADHD. Do you have ADHD? I wonder. You kind of...
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
I can tell. We all notice pattern recognition and see loophole, like little gaps in things, and we're like, wait, this doesn't make sense. I have a lot, like, critical thinking, we've always gotten in trouble for it, but I think it's a very important thing that everybody should have. You should always question everything, like, especially if it doesn't make any sense, because then you develop cognitive dissonance, and that's just not good for anybody.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Question everything.
All right, well, yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much for having me up. I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do. Every time I see you up, I hop in immediately. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Liz. Good to hear from you. If you want resources for the ancient Near Eastern texts, I've got a lot of resources. Just DM me what you need, and I'll make sure you get them, okay?
Awesome. You're amazing. Oh, one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Torah? sometimes I get in a little thing, dabble with, because I already threw away Christianity for a while. My mom's a Jehovah's Witness, so that gets crazy sometimes too. She just stopped arguing with me. But with the Torah, though, this guy would always be like, well, the Torah is different from the Bible because they're supposed to, like, it's supposed to, I guess, correct it in a way. And I'm like, what? Because every time I argue with him about something in the Bible, he just goes, well, the Torah says this. And I'm like, what? Isn't all the same shit in a way?
Well, the Torah does contradict the New Testament pretty heavily. So then you have to ask yourself, like, okay, do I believe the Torah or the New Testament? It even contradicts some of the prophets. For example, in Malachi, I believe, God speaks through the prophet and says, I hate divorce. He doesn't want people to get divorced. But way back in Deuteronomy chapter 24, God's like, hey, if you divorce your wife, here's how you do it, right? So he didn't have a problem in Deuteronomy 24. Why would he have a problem with it now, right? So even in the Old Testament, we can see that the Torah is not always in agreement with the later prophetic works.
Okay, so they do contradict each other just like everything else in the freaking Bible, basically.
There's so many contradictions in the Bible, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, I know. When I found out more and more, like I learned what really drew me to you is you came up on For You page about the hymen thing. And that was just amazing because I was like, wow, I guess because it resonated with me a little bit because I was like, well, if I was alive around then, I would have been stoned too that first time. Like,
A lot.
And then some guy tried to tell me, well, back then their diets were different, and then women in different geological locations, hymens are different. I'm like, what about the women that weren't born with them? Or what about if the dude had a micro, and he just couldn't get the job done? Like, how was it our fault? Like,
plus, remember, God says to follow the law forever. So it doesn't matter if people are different today than they were back then. It doesn't matter. The law still applies, which means it's irrelevant. Also, it's true that we have writings not that long after the time of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy was probably penned during the reign of King Josiah. But like we have writings from the ancient rabbis from prior to Jesus of them talking about all these scenarios in which a woman could end up doing the deed and not bleeding, and what to do about it, because they realized that, oh, this is problematic. Innocent people will die. And so, like, we know ancient people understood at some point in time that, listen, just because you didn't bleed doesn't mean that you weren't a virgin. But at the time Deuteronomy was written, that was clearly the belief that they held.
Yeah, and that's crazy because then you're like, well, if a creator created a woman, how the hell didn't he know?
Right.
That not all women's hymens were built the same, like if he made us,
And you think that the female body of all the Jewish women and the foreigners living among Israel, that all of their bodies changed between the 6th century BCE and the 3rd century BCE in a span of 200 or 300 years? You think that's really what happened? Or is it more likely that whoever wrote Deuteronomy just didn't understand female biology? I think the latter is more probable.
Yeah, most men don't, kind of, so it's like, you leave a men to write a bunch of books about women, and it's like, none of it's in our favor, go figure. Like,
in fact, there's a creator that has a litmus test for when she's bringing up men to talk to, and she asks them, how many holes does a woman have below her waist? And you'd be surprised how many men don't know how many holes are there.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm 36. I've met a couple of people where I was just like, wow. So yeah, that's just a couple of things I wanted to ask. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I hope you definitely get some opposition after me.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
A big W, Liz.
You too. Bye.
All right, we'll get Omni Kevlar in here. Yeah, was that TS? Was that Fax Matter who uses that test? I always forget who it is that uses that test. You know what I mean? I see Asia and Omni Kevlar in the queue. If you guys could do me a favor, if either one of you are Christian, put a 1 in the chat for me. I don't see anyone. Justin, can non-believers request? Claire, that is the point. I want non-believers to request. That's the whole idea here, is to get some opposition. and I can't seem to get any. You know what I mean? But we'll keep keep pushing along here. We'll get Omni in, and then we'll do Asia. How you doing, Omni?
Oh, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. You're not gonna ask my age? I'm joking.
I would, but it sounded like you were about to say something.
I was hoping you would ask if I was a believer, because then I was gonna be like, I'm Justinian. Thank you for riding a donkey and fulfilling prophecy, Zechariah 9:9. But you didn't do it, so it's okay. If you want to move on to the next guy, you can. Other than that, I mean, I've got something I can ask you if you'd like. But
well, let me check out the next guest in the queue, and then if they're not a Christian, come right back, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, cheers.
Yep. I'll have you kick me.
I got you. Asia doesn't seem listed as being up here before, so I don't think we've talked, so I'm not really sure. How you doing, Asia?
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I just have a quick... Uh-oh, my little baby. He's crying. One second.
Careful.
Yeah, I got him.
Sorry, take care of the baby. Also, if TikTok hears a baby crying, they'll ban you real fast. Got to be careful with that. W babies though. Dude, babies are dope.
Did you want me back on or no?
We have no opposition, so...
Oh, okay. A random question I wanted to just ask you is, like, what is the data that we have with the fate of the apostles? Because, like, the apologists like to say the disciples unalived for this, and so. Oh, can you hear me? I can't hear you, so...
Sorry.
Okay, there we
go. We're good now.
Yeah,
I'm with you, but you're right. The data's not good. Want to go over it?
Yeah, like, I've heard counter-apologists say, like, Paul and Peter is the best, but I'm like, what are we working with specifically?
Yeah, give me a second.
And, like... Because, like, they always like to say, well, the historical case for the resurrection is just amazing. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the historical case for the fate? I know it's not, but, like, it's just like, if we were to apply their logic to the fate of the apostles, what's that look like, you know?
So I've got most of them here. We can start easy. The ones everyone knows. James, the son of Zebedee, is executed in Acts 12. That's the one execution that we actually get in the actual Bible. Now, we get James, the son of Joseph. He's executed. We would imagine pretty early, because his execution, if you believe Josephus is referring to the same James, we don't know if he actually is. It could be that the James, son of Joseph, didn't get executed at all. This is a pretty. This is just a matter of whether or not you believe what Josephus is saying is about the same James. But in Josephus' Antiquities, there we go, chapter 9. Book 20, chapter 9. It talks about the death of James, and a lot of people believe that James is the James of Jesus. Now, I think that's a tenuous connection. But to me, it doesn't matter if I grant that or not. Like, I've never spent a ton of time worrying about it, because the other ones are so far-fetched. I'm like, who really cares? So the next in line is Peter and Paul. Peter and Paul are mentioned in 1 Clement chapter 5. That's where you can read about their death. So that means that they probably died somewhere between 70 and 140 CE, but we don't know how. We don't know what are the exact methods and things that led up to their death. But you can read about it in 1 Clement 5. And then we start getting further out. The next is Andrew. Andrew was theoretically executed in the 3rd century. You can read about that in the Acts of Andrew, believe it or not. The next would be Philip. Philip was executed in the 4th century. And that text is the Acts of Philip. And then you've got the Acts of Thomas in the 3rd century as well. So most of these apocryphal unalivings are between the 3rd and the 4th and even the 5th century. For example, Thaddeus was executed in the 4th or 5th century, written about in the Acts of Simon and Jude. What I don't have on my list, because I don't know if I just forgot to add it there, but we don't have an execution for Matthew/Levi, the tax collector, or for James, the son of Alphaeus, but there's some contention on who the sons of Alphaeus actually are. So, yeah, we've got execution accounts for some of the apostles, but really only 2 of them are early and non-biblical that are early. That's Peter and Paul, and that's from First Clement chapter 5.
First Clement, he's not I'm totally off on this. He's not like a church father or anything?
He's kind of considered a church father. I think it depends on what tradition you come from, but if you're a Catholic or you're Orthodox, you're likely to have Clement. For example, some of the early manuscripts of the Greek Septuagint were even paired with Clement. So
right.
I've got a copy of the Septuagint behind me, actually, but in the ancient world, you could have got yourself a copy of the Septuagint that also included Clement. So Clement was pretty damn important to the early church.
Right. And my next question is do apologists, do they have a point to say there's linking evidence to Christianity? Because one of my concerns is like, I'm just thinking of a guy like Paul, who seems like a very stubborn person, that the Romans would be like, oh, let's just get rid of this guy. Not because we care about him being a Christian, just because he's just annoying and being very like outbursty to us. You know what I mean? Like more of his personality than his religion, right?
Yeah. So one of the things that are hard to know, for example, the early deaths, like the deaths of Peter and Paul, it's hard to know exactly the circumstances in which they were executed, because again, their execution is told by somebody within the church. What we don't have is a record of their execution by a third party.
Yeah, we don't have enemy attestation. Yeah.
Right. And I know I've read enough. So, for example, I just had the book out. I'll show it again. This book is amazing, by the way. The ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament. And what you'll find is that everyone knows that Babylon did a conquest against Judah, and Hezekiah, had an army and fought and everything. Well, most of those battles are recorded in the Babylonian Chronicles. And what we find is a really interesting parallel, because the Babylonians tell the story different than the Bible, right? So we've got these stories from the Bible that are really grandiose, right? And then in the Bible, like when the Judeans have a total smackdown, it kind of downplays it. But in the Babylonian text, it makes a really big deal of it. In fact, it said in one part, I forget if it was Sennacherib or Shalmaneser or Tiglath-Pileser. I forget who said it, but they said that when they broke through the wall of the city, that the opposing army was taken back by the radiance of the king. That's how nonsensical some of these stories get. That the king's majesty was so powerful that the army was taken aback. But that's how these narratives were told. All these ancient narratives were always told from the point of a victor, and the point of the victor has a twist. And even when it's told by the loser tries to twist it as well.
Oh wow. See, I've always thought, like, if we had like enemy attestation of like the resurrection, that would have probably helped me a lot when I was deconstructing and still trying to hold on to my faith. Like, I thought, like, what if we had like Pontius Pilate writing a letter to Caesar saying, "Hey, I just sent this guy to get crucified, and I'm hearing reports of him being somewhere. Send more troops. We're trying to find him. We can't, or like saying, hey." Like a Pharisee saying, Jesus rose from the dead, but he's not the Messiah, or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
Because like apologists like to tell us, oh, if Jesus rose from the dead, you're just going to believe him. No, you're not. There are going to be people there that would affirm that he did that, but hold on to their bias still. They'll still say that stuff, but they won't. Doesn't mean they're necessarily going to jump onto it. They're not black and white thinking like apologists want us to think. Like, it drives me nuts because like you'll bring up these prophecies and how they aren't fulfilled, but they're like, well, if Jesus rose from the dead, it's over. And it's like, no, it's not. Though.
Because because then you've got a bigger problem. If Jesus rose from the dead and that proves that somehow he's divine, it doesn't make the Bible untruthfulness go away. It doesn't make the truthfulness any better. What we still have are clear lies, even from Jesus in the book. So if it's true, if we can verify that Jesus rose from the dead, and that means that he's God, the only thing it proves is that this book is wrong, because this book makes very clear statements that cannot be resolved.
Yeah, like, I mean, I've always said to apologists, if Jesus shows up to me or whatever and gives me the evidence I need, I will acknowledge he exists, but then I will start asking, like, okay, God, did you drown kids when you flooded the world? Like, did you do that? And if he says no, I'll be like, okay, did you do this? Did you allow this unaliving of children over here? And if he says yes, I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Like, explain that to me, because, and it drives me nuts because like I've got friends who were like Calvinists, and I said, if I found out Calvinism was true, I would absolutely reject that God, because if I was in the shoes of a person who just was brought up to be tortured forever for this God, I would be upset, and I have to be upset on both sides. I can't just, like, I just imagine myself, if I would hope to be the person in the 19th century in the United States, to be the person that's on the Union side, not the Confederate side, because I'm in a position of privilege. You know what I mean?
Right. It's also true, just from like a philosophical perspective, even if the God of the Bible exists, there's no reason to believe that he's good. Like, he very well could be an evil God that wants you to think he's good. And how would you know if this God is good? Well, we can just observe his behavior and his 100%. Actions, right?
Yeah.
So, like, even if we could prove that there was a God, we have no reason to believe that we would be incumbent on worshiping this thing. We have no reason to believe that this thing loves us and cares for us, because the world that is around us, if this was created by that God must be sadistic, because the world he created for us is an inhospitable hot mess.
Absolutely. Yeah, when I see a Komodo dragon inhaling a goat, I'm just thinking, and the goat's still screaming inside the belly of a Komodo dragon, I'm just like, what is the point of that?
Why?
Just doesn't make,
And to the point, let me fix that up for you too, because a lot of people will say, well, it's animals and they don't matter, and they're kind of like plants, we're supposed to have dominion over them. Yeah. But even in the Bible, in Isaiah chapter 11 and Micah chapter 4, there is a clear prediction that during the Messianic age, the animals won't be doing that. So it's clear that God, his ultimate goal is to have a world in which the humans and the animals coexist, and nobody's eating anyone. Where it says in Isaiah 11, when the Messiah comes, the wolf will lie down with the lamb, the leopard shall lie down with the kid that's a baby goat, and the calf and the lion will feed together. I mean, listen, he's saying that the animals aren't going to eat each other anymore. So if that's the case, if God's ultimate desire is to make it so that we don't have this animal predation, then that means God, for the time being, is causing something to be that shouldn't be. You know
exactly. Yeah. I last thing, and then I'll head out. But I remember when I first encountered your stream, maybe like 8-9 months ago. I was like a baby atheist, and when you were like, you had on your stream like, Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecy, not one, and I was like, okay, boy, relax. Like I was like, I knew of a couple. Like, I knew the Messiah was supposed to establish world peace, but I'm like, this is extremely hyperbolic. Like, you're definitely like. But then when I was listening, and then you were walking through each Christian prophecy by prophecy, I was like, oh my goodness, he's right. I can't believe it. It freaked me out, bro, because I realized how delusional I was, and how when you're just so excited in the moment and you're indoctrinated at the age of 4 like I was, you're just like, you'll be surprised what you miss.
And nobody's reading the prophecies. No one's going back to the Old Testament. Like, when the New Testament quotes a prophecy, no one's going back to read it. And I didn't either until I was probably 23. And I was in a Bible study, and I've told the story many times, so sorry for those who already know it. But I was in a Bible study, and there was a girl that was maybe a year older than me, and I forget her name. I apologize because it was half a lifetime ago for me, but she already graduated from Bible college. And so we were part of this Bible study, and we were having a discussion on what are some of the compelling evidences that you could give for Jesus, because we were having like a 2-month study on missionary work and like, you know, how to go about it, and, you know, what's the best methods, and how, you know, we were actually talking about deep stuff too. Like, well, how can you do mission work without disrespecting the people that you're going to serve? Because at some point you can't just make them a project. You have to treat them like actual people. But as one of the things we were talking about, like, you know, what are, if they ask you, you know, why is Jesus the Messiah? Why should I care about your religion? You know, what are the evidence we could give them? And I said, well, I don't know, maybe the fulfilled prophecies would be the most convincing thing, right? And she looked at me, she's like, Justin, I don't think he actually fulfilled any prophecies. And I'm like, the Bible said he did though, right? Yeah. And she was so nice about it. She's like, Justin, I want you to go back and reread all of those prophecies. You don't listen to me, just go back and reread all of them and tell me what you think. And I, over the course of about 2 weeks, I went not just through the prophecies of the Gospels, but I went through the prophecies of the rest of the New Testament. And I just read the whole prophecy, not just a little snippet quoted in the New Testament. Yeah. And I came back after a couple of weeks. I said, you're right. There's no way he literally fulfilled any of these prophecies. This is clearly the author is trying to make links and comparisons. Nothing was literally fulfilled. And I thought, well, maybe he fulfilled some prophecies that weren't listed in the New Testament, right? But that turned out to be false. He didn't fulfill anything.
Yeah, no, oh my goodness. Like there came a point in time where I had to ask, when I was deconstructing, I was just going to the Apologist, like it was just so out of habit, because I was like hoping they would just give me something, because I was like, and it got to a point to where I was even going to hospitals asking if I could pray for people, like seeing like, I need to see Jesus move. Like I will embarrass and humiliate myself. I was doing everything I could to hold on to. And I had to ask myself the question, like, Kevin, do you care more about truth or what makes you feel good?
Right.
And it's like, that was the question and that's the question I like to always ask some of these apologists is it more important that you feel good about your beliefs, or is it more important that you follow truth and follow the evidence where it leads you, right? And it was hard, like, at first, but definitely worth it in the end of it all. But no, like, that's a crazy thing with the whole prophecy thing, like, because I know what you mean. You're like trying to, like, how can I spread the gospel? And I'm like, man, why is it so hard? And now I'm like, oh, now it makes sense. Like, now I get it.
Right. Which is wild, because this will be the last thing I say about this, and then I think I'm going to get off and go to bed. But if God's goal, right, is to have people to believe him and love him and be in communion with him, and the Bible, if the Bible is supposed to be his word, right, this is the thing that we hold up and say, this is God's word, this is how we know that God is talking to humanity. Yeah. Then you shouldn't have to get a master's degree in biblical studies to know what it says. It should just be very clear. God should say, this is what's going to happen when the Messiah comes. And then we should flip to the page in the New Testament and says, Jesus did the fucking thing. That's what should happen. But that's not what happened. So then you get degrees in coping. You go to school and you learn expert methods for coping rather than just being realistic and saying, oh, that shit's not real.
A God that is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent would also be omnicoherent.
I agree. Yeah.
No.
If you believe in a God that's omnipresent, he's omnibenevolent, he's omnipotent, then you have to believe that he doesn't exist, because the book that purportedly comes from him is incredibly flawed. Also, thank you for the $10 super chat, Kay. Good to see you this week. Kay says, I know a pastor that has a master's in theology, and I asked him to do aborted babies go to heaven, and he said no, and to look at it through the lens of being born in sin. And that is horrific. But I don't want to take any more time tonight. Maybe we could talk about the abortion topic sometime soon, though, because there's actually a really good case to be made from the Old Testament and from the New Testament that aborted babies do go to heaven. And I've documented all those passages into a Word document for my own study. But let's imagine for a second that they do. That does create problems for the gospel message, because now we're saying you can be born in sin. According to, that's what David said. He was born in sin, shapen in iniquity. You can be born in sin. You can have the sin nature, the sinful flesh, and you can still go to heaven, and you can do it without Jesus, because babies don't know nothing about no Jesus, right? So if God can let somebody into his presence who has the sin nature, who was born in sin, but didn't confess Jesus, then he could do it for anybody. He doesn't need to do. He doesn't need to dance around it and be like, oh, I don't know, were you of the age of accountability, and did you have the gospel message preached to you right? Like, he doesn't need to do any of this nonsense. If God can forgive you and let you into his presence, then he can do it. It doesn't matter if you believe the nonsense about Jesus.
It's clearly, excuse me, it's clearly him manipulating the price tag of salvation. And it's like, well, okay, if God can just lower the price of salvation like that, why doesn't he just make it all the, like way lower than what it is?
That's the perfect way to say it. I couldn't have thought of a better way to say it myself. If God can lower the price tag for somebody, then he can lower it for everybody.
Yeah. I think that's also another good question when you brought up the Old Testament prophecies. Like, when was the last time you went to a Sunday morning church and the pastor brings up Old Testament prophecies and like preaching about this is what Jesus fulfilled? Like, I can't think of any in my entire life of going to the church for like 2 decades. So
the only Old Testament prophecy I've ever heard somebody reference in a sermon is Isaiah 53. And
really? I didn't even know that one. That's hilarious.
Even then, it's usually completely out of context. They'll say something like, it might be like a healing. They might be talking about physical healing and praying for the sick, and they'll bring up Isaiah 53 where it says that, our stripes are made whole, or we are healed, our stripes are healed, and they'll say, this is, Jesus wants you to be healed and be made whole. So we're going to lay hands on you and pray for you, which is not at all what Isaiah is talking about. Also, Kay, thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, Kay said about this pastor, he says he apparently went to Biola University. Is that a credible place to study? It is. It's a conservative university in terms of their seminary. So like if I mean, I wouldn't trust somebody from Biola to really know the Old Testament very well. That's not their area of expertise. I specifically studied under Old Testament experts when I was in school because that was my area of expertise. So I went to schools that had good scholarship in Old Testament studies. Biola is not really known for that.
Well, yeah, my understanding was Dr. Richard Miller, if I'm correct, if I remember hearing his interviews correctly from Myth Vision, he was saying when he went there, they sat him down and they said, are you going to affirm these points? And then he was kind of like, I don't know. And they're like, okay, there's the door, goodbye. And so it's like they kind of make you sign a statement of faith. Those are one of the programs that I think you have to sign a statement of faith if I'm not incorrect. So
yeah, quite a few of them do.
Yeah. Anyways, I love what you do. You're in my opinion, you're the best at it, Justin. Wish you nothing but the best. And
thank you so much, Omni.
I hope you continue doing this. Take care, man. Bye.
Cheers. Good to hear from you. Big dubs for Omni. All right, guys, that's the end of the stream. Also, for those who aren't aware, December 8th, it's coming up. I'll make more announcements. December 8th, we're going to be cooking on the Atheist Experience. So if you're available on December 8th, you can watch the live show on Sunday evening. I'm going to be up there with Secular Rarity. And I don't want to say we're going to be cooking Christians, because I think the goal of the Atheist Experience is to have productive dialogue and not to cook. That being said, it's going to be a great time. So look forward to that on the 8th. It's going to be in the evening. I believe we start at 5:30. It's going to be from 5:30 to 7 or 7:30-ish. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I did make an appearance on the line the other week. I'm hoping to get back on to the line again. I was with the Godless Engineer, John Gleason. see if we can get more pairings on the line as well. That was a lot of fun. But guys, thank you so much for being here. I love you. You were here all night, even though I'm still shadow banned and I can't actually get any opposition. I super appreciate you guys putting up with this shadow ban nonsense. Hopefully I can get unshadow banned soon. If not, maybe I'll make like a third backup account and start going live with my third backup account in order to get some actual opposition, because TikTok's not giving me any opposition on this account right now. But have a great night. I love you, and we'll see you in 2 more days on Friday night. I believe it's Friday night. Anyway.